evening, members and members of the public and the press and all of those viewing online. And welcome to this full council meeting, 23rd of April 2024. I'm Councillor Leslie Dedman, and as chairman of BCP Council, I shall be chairing the meeting, and I'm supported by my vice chair, Councillor Simon Bull. First of all, housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. And can you please note that the meeting is being recorded by the council for live and subsequent broadcast, and it will be published on the council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, can everybody follow the ground rules, which are as follows? If you wish to speak, please raise your hand clearly to indicate. Where there's a consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands, unless a recorded vote is requested, which requires support from a quarter of the members present at this meeting. And could members indicate to me if they are leaving the meeting? We will have a comfort break as appropriate, so could you please avoid leaving the meeting during a debate, obviously unless it's an emergency. And if anybody wants to raise a point of order, could you please state the applicable constitutional provision? Thank you. And obviously we assume that all councillors will uphold the highest standards of conduct during our meeting, and we will all treat each other with courtesy and consideration, as we always do. Just a reminder to the gallery that although this meeting is being held in public, it is not a public meeting. The public are in attendance to observe proceedings and the debate, so members of the public must remain silent throughout this meeting. Thank you. And just one other point, because of this particular meeting being in a pre-election period, can I remind members that we must be mindful during our debates that we don't breach politically restricted guidances. We've all had emails about this from our monitoring officers, so I think we can all be very careful on that. Item 1, apologies for the meeting. Chief Executive, do we have apologies?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, apologies have been received to date from Councillor Julie Bagwell, Councillor Judes Butt, Councillor David Dawson-Gibson, Councillor Anne Filer, Councillor Rachel Maidment, Councillor Karen Rampton, Councillor Judy Richardson and Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Thank you. I think that's all the apologies. Right, thank you. Item 2, declarations of interest. Chief Executive, can you report on any declarations of interest we've already received?
Thanks, Chairman. We haven't had any declarations received from members, but if any member is required, I see a number of hands going up. Could they please just refer to the flow chart that's on the agenda for guidance? There's certainly at least 2 councillors indicated. Chair.
Yes. Councillor Moore, I can see over there.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I declare an interest in item 10 as a trustee of the Teach Trust, Camford Heath Infant and Camford Heath Junior Schools?
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's item number 9, land at Wessex Fields. As the appointed governor of the Hospital Trust, I'll be stepping out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. And obviously, if something comes up in the meeting, you're very welcome to put your hand up and make a declaration. Agenda item 3, confirmation of the minutes. The minutes are of the meeting that we held on the 20th of February, and we reconvened, if you remember, on the 27th of February. We've all had the minutes. Is there any dissension from me confirming the minutes? I take that as a no, so yes. The minutes are agreed by consensus. Thank you, members. Right. Agenda item 4. Announcements and introductions from the chairman. Yes, I will just briefly go through where I have been to represent Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council. from the last full council meetings. So I attended the Ukrainian Community Sisterhood Stories, which, as you can imagine, was very emotional and very beautiful. I welcomed delegates to Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, who were here for a conference on computing. And I then attended the Youth Parliament Awards. We have two new members of the Youth Parliament and two substitutes as well. And they were wonderful. All those young people do so well. I then went over to the High Sheriff's Awards, which, self-explanatory, the High Sheriff, he gave some awards to members of the community, including some from Poole, which was very cheering. Then BCP organised, although I don't know who organised all the massive cakes, International Women's Day event. I've never seen so much cake, and a lot of it was distributed to officers afterwards, so we all felt very virtuous. But that was very interesting because there are, at this time, quite a few women in good positions all over the council. And then I opened the annual surgical conference. My knowledge of surgical things is nothing, so that was very interesting. I attended the reopening of Christchurch's town hall, which has had to be refurbished. I then opened the Growth Hub Expo, again, another thing which came to Bournemouth from delegates from all over the country. And I attended the Seroptimist STEM Challenge Awards, again, young people, very, very good. I attended Poole Hospital. They have buried a time capsule with a lot of memories of the time of COVID. And again, quite moving and very interesting. And then, at the end of last week, I welcomed the Odd Fellows to Bournemouth for their conference. That was very informative from my point of view. I had always confused them with odd bins, but they're not. They are Odd Fellows. And this is the third year that they've chosen Bournemouth, so we must be doing something right. Unfortunately, next year they're going to Southend, but I don't think that's anything that we've done wrong. They were very, very interesting, and they do so much good work. Very impressive. And then, I think it's tomorrow or the next day, isn't it? I'm representing the Chief Executive and BCP at the funeral of Mr. Paul Rousell, who I'm sure some of us, especially I'm looking over at John, for example, unfortunately, Mr. Rousell has now died and is having his funeral at Christchurch Priory. He was very instrumental in LGR, as we all rather remember. So I shall be going there. Vice Chairman, have you anything to add on that? Thank you, members. So that was what BCP has been doing in the person of myself. Right, agenda item 5, public issues. Have we got anybody? I can see activity over there. So we first of all have a public question, and I think that's Philip Gatrell. But you're going to read that, Chief Executive. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. This is a public question from Philip Gatrell regarding the administration's commitment to scrutiny and accountability. Two public statements at the Council's meeting on 20th February 2024, profile increasing complaint decisions by the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman against the Council, and contrary to sections 5 and 5A of the cited 1989 Act, internal failure to report those decisions to members. A public statement at the Audit and Governance meeting on 11th of April 2024 underscores this concern by explanatory précis of the correct statutory obligations for incorporation in the Constitution. Ombudsman decisions regarding maladministration and service failures include children's and adults' care, planning, the environment and members' conduct. They reflect council performance and are relevant to not only directly affected members and committees, but also every councillor's awareness. Ombudsman decisions currently average 6 monthly. Following the monitoring officer's obligatory notification of decisions to all members, will the leader ensure the council's or cabinet's actions, including under subsections section 5, subsection 5, or section 5A, subsection 9?
Thank you, Chief Executive. Yes, I believe that's you then, Leader.
Yes, Chair, it is. But I'd like to thank Mr Gattrell for his question. It's unfortunate he's not able to ask it himself. The Council's responses to LGSCO, that's Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman decisions, are appropriately addressed in a number of ways and according to the Local Government and Housing Act 1989. This includes through the Audit and Governance Committee, and I would refer Mr Gattrell in particular to the January meeting of this committee where the updated assurance review framework was debated and approved by the Council. The monitoring officer has reviewed this and is of the professional opinion that these do not trigger the statutory reporting requirements under the Local Government and Housing Act 1989.
Thank you very much, Leader. The second question comes from Mr Philip Stanley Watts, who is here, I believe. I think I can see you, Mr Stanley Watts. Would you like to ask your question, and then Andy Hadley, Portfolio Leader for Climate Response, Environment and Energy, is going to respond.
There we are. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the proper need for the threat of flooding, especially in the south of England, and those implications of climate change, could you tell me, Cabinet Member, what the response is from BCP Council, especially as there are need for proper flood defences in this area? Thank you.
Councillor Hadley, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Philip, thank you for your question. The Council's response to climate mitigation was summarised in the annual climate report that came to Cabinet in March. This continues to be developed, but it also needs individuals, companies and other organisations across the BCP area, as elsewhere, to recognise the issue and to take action. Our flooding and coastal erosion risk management team has been developed over recent years and is held in high regard across the region. They are dedicated to bidding for funds and implementing measures to protect our communities, and the current work on Hainsbury Head Long Groin and the replacement of a number of wooden groins on the seafront and the maintenance of drains in the cliff face are all part of that work. Sea defences around the west quay of Poole are also currently being designed, along with a 100-year plan for the entire Christchurch Bay. We have just experienced the wettest and warmest March on record, and with saturated ground, a number of locations have flooded repeatedly. Several areas of cliff along the rural Dorset coast have fallen, and we are fortunate that there is sustained investment and long-term thinking in creating plans for the entire sea and harbour frontage of BCP, and as you highlight, proper flood defences where homes are at risk. Sea level continues to rise, and it seems that the modelling is being outpaced by reality. We are also actively looking at the inland flood risks, both from river catchments and from extreme rainfall events, and an inland surface water management plan is also under development. We will need to work with the Environment Agency, with water companies, neighbouring local authorities and landowners to better hold water in the landscape and to mitigate the risks. We also need to maintain a focus on other aspects of climate change and mitigation. Thank you.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Are you speaking through the chair, whoever it is?
No, just bring Mr. Osman.
Sorry?
Just bring Mr. Osman.
Okay. Right, thank you. Adam Osman has submitted a public question regarding 20 miles an hour. Is Mr. Osman here at all? Come through then, thank you. And again, Councillor Hadley is going to respond.
Great, thank you. Yes, thank you for having me. Okay. This council declared an environmental emergency as of 5 years ago. That's 5 years we should have seen transform.
Make it quieter, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carry on, Adam, do.
It would be nice if we could hear what's being said. We've got speakers here with nothing coming out of them.
Carry on, Adam, please.
Right, I'm trying to ask a question, sorry. Thank you.
Adam, just carry on.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Dove, you are concerned that speed isn't the cause of accidents. You'd be correct, but with your expertise, you should know, lower speed gives drivers time to react and reduces the severity of accidents. Of course, a slower car, less accidents, less severity. Preventing an accident. How can you not support 20 mile per hour limits when you know this is true? Now, a slow rollout of limits is proposed. How can we act slowly in an emergency? Is it money? Is it resources? Because it's too late to be slow? There isn't enough time? Will BCP raise the barriers of implementing 20 miles an hour and any radical environmental measures to the UK government and also to the public? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. If you'd like to turn the microphone off. Thank you. Councillor Haddon.
Thank you, Chair. Adam, thank you for your question. With apathy and inaction, we will undoubtedly exceed the targets as set in the Paris Agreement of 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, and the economic and social collapse that you highlight will displace many people worldwide. We need to pursue a range of measures to reduce the pressure and to mitigate the impacts across all energy use, heating and cooling spaces, growing our food, and how we travel. There are also impacts regarding biodiversity loss, freshwater scarcity, and sea level rise. I cannot answer for the knowledge or views of an opposition councillor, but I agree that driver reaction times with lower speeds reduces the severity and likelihood of crashes. A huge body of evidence supports this. The Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents states, in built-up resident areas, ROSPA believes that 20 miles per hour represents the best compromise between mobility and risk. They also highlight that 20 mile an hour limits are not just a road safety measure. It is important also to consider, as you highlighted, they increase the opportunities for walking and cycling. They provide improvements in quality of life indicators such as health improvements, community cohesion and better air quality, as well as the reductions in road crashes and casualties from lower vehicle speeds. We declared a climate and ecological emergency in 2019, and we do need to act with urgency across a wide range of measures. Setting 20 mile an hour limits should help in supporting safer journeys, including encouraging people to consider how they travel for some trips in the urban area. To ensure these measures are appropriate, we have committed to working with communities and consulting on implementing these measures, and we will take further funding opportunities as they arise. This needs to sit alongside individuals choosing to better insulate their homes, turning down the thermostat, considering a low-meat diet, reducing air travel, and living lighter on the planet in order to mitigate the climate changes that are increasingly manifest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. I now have a public statement from Diana Butler. Diana, are you there? Thank you. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to tell you the situation.
Unfortunately, the speakers in the public gallery are not working. We haven't been able to get them to work for this meeting, so apologies for that, but there's nothing we could do in time.
Thank you. Thank you, gallery. Diana, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. With the loss of half our BCP day centres, libraries could fill a vital gap in day service provision. Groups with specific needs could use facilities on library closed days. With the rise in social isolation, loneliness, anxiety and depression, libraries provide a safe meeting place for inclusion, friendship, support, education, skills. Our libraries have experienced caring staff who provide for all ages, including work experience for young people and sessions for parents and babies. What's on library activities includes talks, crafts, games, events and children's sessions. Libraries could generate income through room hire, as Hamworthy does. The day opportunity strategy and library strategy should be considered together. Resources could be shared. Libraries fill a social, educational and health void in our communities. Vastly reducing staff and hours will increase need and expense elsewhere. Redundancies will affect lives. Staff and residents must be heard.
Thank you, Diana. We have another public statement now from Joanne Keeling. Are you there, Joanne? Would you like to come forward? Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. The decision-making process regarding Wessex Fields is deeply troubling. Initially, the Asset Disposal Working Group advocated for an open sale, expressing concerns about securing best value for this vital employment site for BCP. However, a sudden shift occurred during the overview and scrutiny meeting, where councillors voted to sell to University Hospital Dorset. Many of these councillors were also members of the Asset Disposal Working Group, raising questions about the change in position. One cannot help but wonder what other influences swayed the councillors' decisions. It would seem logical for BCP to solicit bids, considering both developmental plans and financial considerations to maximise benefits for the community. Particularly alarming are reports suggesting that the proposed purchaser may receive a substantial discount on the Red Book valuation, courtesy of the council's unusual contribution to further infrastructure. Despite assertions of openness and transparency from this administration, incidents like these cast doubt on their sincerity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we got enough time? Right. We now have a public statement from Daniel Parking. Daniel, thank you.
Oops, sorry. During a council meeting last year, Councillor Mike Cox stated that the council will be moving to a cashless system amongst the kiosks and car parks to save the council money. When questioned further by Councillor Joe Salmon, Councillor Cox requested that any wider equalities impact would always be considered. Councillor Salmon asked for the hard data on this, and as far as I'm aware, has not been made available. Following my own Freedom of Information request and a complaint to the ICO, the officer who responded could find no information of any meeting regarding this. I raised an appeal for a senior officer to review. Again, there was no trace. Perhaps the council or Councillor Cox, publish this data and any minutes taken to confirm any risks that would be a concern and the RAG rating, along with the potential cost savings, unless the consultation has already been made with Alex McKinstry.
Thank you, Daniel.
And I'm doing the next one as well.
You're not the next. Oh, you might. Sorry, you're Elizabeth Glass.
Yes.
I'm so
Yes.
sorry.
That's okay.
Can I just say this is a public statement from Elizabeth Glass, but she has requested Daniel Parkin to read it, so that's why I was confused. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. The consultation on the 20 miles per hour limit has been very poor. Many businesses on the A35 and local residents had not received letters or knew of the proposed scheme. I understand that in the last 5 years there were 162 collisions on this stretch of the A35. Of these, 25 were speed-related, 3 classed severe. The speed had not been recorded. How can this be used as evidence to support the 20 miles per hour case? In Bath, a report one year after the introduction of the zones indicated that the rate of people killed or injured had gone up in 7 of the 13 zones, possibly due to the reduced speed zones giving a false sense of security. In Wales, they are now U-turning on 20 miles per hour. Before committing substantial sums of taxpayers' money, I urge the Council to reassess its position on this scheme and have a thorough consultation across the entire conurbation. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, now thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much. Members, and members of the public, we are getting near the end of the time we usually allot for our statements and public issues, but it's at my discretion, and I'm going to go on with this. So can we have the next speaker? Thank you. Who is Nick Greenwood? Is that right? Thank you.
Can you hear me? Sorry. The United Nations flag flies over this town hall, symbolising the direction of travel within. Through freedom of information requests, we discover the UN 2030 agenda has been followed by the BCP since 2019, producing the BCP Council corporate strategy. Please note the word corporate. The strategy is full of specious, untested, impractical utopian ideas that have no regard for cost-benefit analysis, ideologically driven and goals dependent on renewable energy without any empirical data. The strategy claims a climate emergency, being a Trojan horse aligning itself to an authoritarian New World Order, seemingly desired by too many BCP councillors, 15-minute cities, open prisons initially requiring us to seek council permission to leave by car after 100 times per year, blanket 20-mile-an-hour polluting speed restrictions. Net zero is a term best suited to our bank account once the politicians have spent their way into this dystopian nightmare.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwood. Mr. Patrick King, come forward, thank you.
17th of March 24. Oh, sorry. Secretary of State for Transport. Councils receive strengthened guidance on 20 limits, reminding them to reserve for sensible and appropriate areas only, such as outside schools, with safety and local support at the heart of the decision. Authorities expected to consider this guidance could have implications for future funding. 2nd of October 23, Secretary of State. We will remove annoyances that irritate drivers and get in their way, making parking less problematic. This council report shows preference for all areas implementation of 20 limits and concerns of insufficient parking availability. Why is Creekmore Park and Ride not functioning? Why propose closing Beach Road car park? These contravene the latest guidance, rendering the report redundant, necessitating adjournment and procedural review. The 20th of April 24, Saturday, just gone. Welsh Minister, poorly, inconsistently implemented, with many roads unreasonably changed to 20 limits. Communities to own speed limit decisions rather than imposed upon them.
Thank you, Mr. King. Thank you. We have a public statement from Siobhan Harrington, Chief Executive Officer. Come forward, please, Ms. Harrington. This is from the University Hospitals, Dorset.
Good evening. This is a win-win decision. The land has unique value to the NHS and partners. A health-led campus leads to high-quality jobs like research and education. We need more homes, especially for the NHS key workers who will walk to work. UHD is an environmental custodian who can make this a net zero site. This proposal is popular. Common sense use of the land. It's supported by neighbouring landowners. We're local with a long-term view. We have every interest in making this work. Expert opinion has set the price, following the due process, so a fair deal for taxpayers. We've developed a joint vision for the site over many years. BCP are no longer leading on developing the site, and UHD is best placed to progress this. UHD's track record includes a 24 million pathology hub, £13 million for electrical upgrade, net zero buildings. We are keen to further deliver with partners the vision for this site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, I should have said that this is in regard to Wessex Fields. Thank you. Public statement from Mr. Rob Whiteman on a similar topic, I believe. Rob, thank you.
I always think I have such a loud voice but clearly I do need it. We're keen to work in partnership for the benefit of all our residents, taking a one public estate approach. We've prepared a briefing for our stakeholders with regards to our intentions for Wessex Fields, and as a public body we have put this in the public domain, and I hope that all councillors have had the opportunity to see this. We've been very keen to meet and discuss this with councillors and with all partners, and we're very pleased to have this first opportunity to address councillors for council this evening to explain why we're so keen on this development for the area. We have made a video which I hope again has been copied to all councillors. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whiteman. Diana Butler, public statement regarding road safety. Would you like to come forward, Diana, and make your statement? Thank you.
Local road safety is the shared responsibility of council, police, contractors and the public. We need more education and safety awareness of road and pavement users, where and how to cross the road safely, vehicle stopping distances, driver blind spots, being visible to drivers, cyclists using cycle lanes or cycle paths where provided, and using a bell on shared pathways, drivers watching for hazards and adhering to speed restrictions. Mass 20-mile-per-hour roads will affect duration of journeys, 999 response times, reduced attention to the road ahead whilst checking your speedometer, and reduce fuel efficiency by using lower gears. The majority of drivers are law-abiding. It is the reckless drivers who create the most danger, and they have no respect for speed restrictions. Dorset Police will not be able to supply additional resource to monitor and enforce proposed 20-mile-per-hour limits, but could surely catch reckless drivers and illegal scooting.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. That is the end of the public session this evening. As we all know, members, we usually set aside, because of our constitution, 15 minutes, and this evening, at my discretion, we've had 30 minutes. I think, I hope everybody feels that they've had their say. We move on now to recommendations from the Cabinet and the other committees. I'm just looking at the gallery. Are you all right up there? Are some of you leaving? Because I can see people standing. Okay, I will carry on anyway, as long as you can get out safely. Oops. Okay. Yes, recommendations 6 to 11. They're going to be taken separately as set out in your agendas. And I need to highlight for you, there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies, and they're not before Council. Thank you. So, item 6, Cabinet, 6th of March 2024, minute 120. Councillor Millie Earle, I understand you're going to move the recommendation with Councillor Hadley seconding. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this paper is a review of the current 20-mile-per-hour schemes that we have across BCP, as well as a consideration of schemes nationally that create safer roads where fewer people are killed or seriously injured. Across our 77 existing 20-mile-per-hour schemes, we have seen a casualty reduction of 40%. And as a council that takes road safety seriously, representing communities, many of which are concerned about road safety, we should extend this opportunity to other neighbourhoods. The paper allocates £149,000 of the Local Transport Plan capital grant from government to recommence the implementation of 20-mile-per-hour schemes in residential neighbourhoods on an area-by-area basis, where the evidence shows casualty reduction will be the greatest and where there is support from councillors and communities. This is part of a mix of road safety measures this council is taking. The local transport plan also includes allocations to new pedestrian crossings, money to tackle cluster sites where crashes take place too frequently, and £500,000 on providing safer routes to school. This paper does not describe a blanket approach, as there are many roads where it would not be appropriate based on need and capacity. Instead, this is to extend the benefits of 20 miles per hour to other residential areas. In my ward of Newtown and Heavlands, we're almost exclusively 20 miles per hour, and it's created a much safer environment for all to enjoy. It's unfair to deny others in similarly urban residential areas of that confidence when sending their kids to school on foot or on bike, or taking a stroll to the local park with their dog. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
The average age of a child murdered with British bombs in Gaza is 5.5 years old.
Thank you.
15,000 children
If you carry, you have to clear the gallery. Thank you. Get somebody to clear the gallery, Richard. Come on.
British bombs.
Members, we are adjourning. Thank you, members. We are back on the live stream now. Thank you for your patience during that little situation. We do have still some people in the gallery. Can I request that we do not now have any more interruptions? As I say, members, we are now on, before we had to adjourn, item 6. Councillor Millie Earle has actually proposed, and I believe Councillor Hadley was going to second before we had to adjourn. So, Councillor Hadley, do you want to second?
Happy to second, and I reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Councillor Trent, you wish to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out that the report that we've got before us today was the report that went to Cabinet, but it wasn't the final recommendation of Cabinet, which was to add the recommendation from the Overview and Scrutiny Board about robust public consultation. And I'm wondering whether that can be brought up to clarify the situation, because I think that was quite an important part of the decision which Cabinet agreed with. But on the topic as a whole, I do think that it's extremely unfortunate that as we come into the building, there was a protest going on as if there was a proposal for a blanket 20-mile-an-hour ban, which was obviously complete, or a blanket 20-mile-an-hour limit, which was obviously nonsense, and people seem to be protesting against something that isn't there. I have to say that I fully support what was agreed in the end, and I support the consultation being at the level of the residents who are directly affected by it, and that, and I've had correspondence and so on to this effect with people. I don't think if a group of residents I represent wanted their local roads to become a 20-mile-an-hour zone, I think it is their business and the business of those immediately on the periphery of the area and not of people several miles away. So I've rounded it all into one, but the most important thing is that the decision is the one that was actually passed at Cabinet and not the one that was reported to Cabinet.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. The Chief Executive is going to answer.
Thank you, Chairman. The reason that second part about consultation is not brought before the Council is it was approved and resolved by the Cabinet to do that. So it's not a matter for Council's consideration. Cabinet have agreed that under recommendation it was resolved under B. So item A, the bit that is brought to Council, is just the decision that's in front of Council. It's in the context of Cabinet having agreed, having resolved that meaningful consultation be taken into account, which is in the minutes of the Cabinet meeting.
Any more speakers? Councillor Phipps.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I do agree with the last speaker about consultation, I have to say, but it just seems to me that the way we're going about this here, something's gone a bit wrong with the process. When a decision like this can actually go through Cabinet and come to full Council without any consultation with residents already been made. I just think this is a completely flawed process, and I'm sorry, but I just can't vote for it as it stands.
Councillor Bartlett. Oh, so sorry, Councillor. Oh.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam
Sorry,
Chair.
Philip, you're next.
I couldn't agree more than with my colleague, Councillor Phipps, on this, and I'll keep this very, very short, if I can read that far. Yes, I cannot agree with this paper at all, and the main reason is the public weight of opinion is against it. I think it's plain to everybody that it is. We've seen the turnaround in Wales against this now. And from the feedback that I'm getting in my ward, I've not had a single person offer any support. It's all been, we don't want it. So on that basis, I can't support that alone. In addition to that, the paper is very weak. It uses percentages over a period. You know, and I have to say that 11% of zero, if you've got no instances in an area, 11% of zero is zero, I'm afraid. 40% of zero is zero. I'm sorry, you're shaking your head over there, Councillor Chamberlain, but you know, this is a fact. There are no hard statistics in this paper substantiates this policy. On top of that, interventions on safety are already available to us. Where we need 20-mile-an-hour zones, we've got them around schools. Who's going to argue against that? It's obvious, isn't it? We've got 20-mile-an-hour limits, and we've got 20-mile-an-hour zones where they are needed. Every time I've tried to get an intervention on a safety basis within my ward, I'm always told that data does not support it. There is insufficient data to support an intervention. And now it appears we're going to have interventions without any data at all. Complete opposite. There's no logic to it whatsoever. Just on the next point, I don't believe this council has a mandate to do this. You know, the three towns alliance all cobbled together. Nobody's voted this. This wasn't on anybody's electoral manifesto that I can recall. It suddenly came up because somebody wants to do it. It's a good idea for the three towns alliance. Sorry, can't support that. So my last point, I'd say, if it's not broken, why try to fix it? If it's not broken, why try to fix it? You can fix it in the bits that need it, and that already happens. Why waste the money? Listen to the residents. It's their money you're wasting. Stop it. Listen to them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Steve. Could I put your mic out? Councillor Broadhead, are you planning to speak?
I think we'll just give a bit of advice first. Do you want to take another councillor first?
Righty-ho. Councillor Cooper? Councillor who? And Kate.
I'm very confused about this issue because I kind of do believe, you know, we should all ride bicycles and leave our cars at home and keep our children, young people and families safe. What really unnerves me about this, but first of all I must say I feel quite upset about what we've witnessed here today, some of the things that have been said. I have connections with people in Palestine that I've not heard of, and it just brings up stuff. It took me all my time not to walk out, actually, and join them. I just thought I would say that. It's the fragmentation of the marketplace and the kind of the thinking of, it's just all over the place in terms of making our towns safer and greener and moving to a zero footprint. The coordination between different departments is almost like a game of crazy golf. Different departments seem to be working in isolation. I was in Wales when they brought in, I was working on an arts project for a week and a half in Wales when they brought in the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. In the cities, it was wonderful. It really changed the relationship between pedestrian, cyclist, and car. It was like almost like a ballet when you were trying to cross the road. It was lovely. People were enjoying it. But on the arteries, it was a nightmare. You go from 60 to 40 to 50 to 20 to 10 because people weren't communicating with each other. And I think we need to do that before we begin to sweep out. Importantly, the thing about the residents is really important. Certainly in Hamworthy, they feel they've not been spoken to about stuff. They all want their children to be safe. Residents that communicate with me want their families to be safe. They want clean air. But then they say to me, well, why did the council take away the signs at Poole Lifting Bridge saying, stop idling your cars? So there's all this kind of issues about enforcement. Who is going to enforce it? When I was driving here tonight, somebody in a BMW in the 20 hours, it was probably going 60 or 70. We've got that. We've got the atomization of self under advanced capitalism, where people don't really have time to think about anything but themselves and how are they going to get to somewhere, whether it's to get the next job, whether it's to get their kids to school, whether it's to work a bit more overtime to pay off the bills. So we need to really think clearly about this. And people need to work together. The police, the communities. More importantly, the communities need to go with you on this, or with us. Because if they don't, it's political suicide, whatever party you're on. You know, it will have massive repercussions if we don't think clearly and collectively about how we roll this out. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Broadhead, are you ready to speak now? Thank you.
I think I am, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, I'm actually really pleased that the accompanying report that comes with this paper doesn't talk about not doing anything about speed limits whatsoever. It does, however, present a choice. I don't think anybody should be arguing that appropriate and evidence-based application of 20-mile-per-hour speed limits isn't the right thing to do to improve safety in the area. But there is a choice in front of us, and it is a choice with limited funds that we have attached. And the choice is option B as presented in this paper, which is to do the neighbourhood approach that we've talked about here, rolling a default 24 per hour at speed limit along the area with exceptions. There is option C, which is to do a more targeted, to do a more interventionist approach. Or there is option A, and option A, as Councillor Phipps pointed out earlier on, is not do nothing. It is actually to follow an evidence-based approach, looking at areas around schools, or actually where the evidence said that we need to spend this money and appropriate the 20-mile-per-hour speed limits in that area. And that's why, colleagues, I would like to propose an amendment which, in essence, reverts to option A and looks at a more evidence-based approach for the application of these speed limits across the area. And colleagues, the reason I want to do this is for three reasons. First of all, the Deputy Leader, when she spoke in her initial speech around this a few months ago, talking about the default 20 mile per hour speed limit across BCP, that was her intention, also said that things like arterial roads would of course not be included. And yet we've seen already in the first three neighbourhood areas which are currently being consulted on, that the A35, a key arterial road, is indeed included in those very proposals. And what's more, Councillor Phipps talked about consultation. There is a consultation process undergoing on that, but only for people living within people being advised if they're living within 50 metres of those proposals. So I really don't think actually the intention that we've heard is what we're seeing, because arterial roads are also being included. The second point, as we've heard, is around the police enforcement. Even with the proposals that we've got here, the police have said that they're not going to enforce it anymore. And the third point is around evidence-based decision-making. We heard the Deputy Leader earlier on talk about how things shouldn't be unfair. What is unfair, I think, is actually using the funds that we've got in a more blanket-based approach, because it is a blanket-based approach rather than a targeted-based approach on the evidence, which could have the very opposite effect. What we could do is remove the funding for those areas where the evidence is showing there is the most need, around schools and around where we know the problem is, and instead focus it on areas which are more ideologically driven. Colleagues, I don't think anybody should deny that appropriate restrictions to speed limits can really help to improve safety. And 20 mile per hour can play a part, but it should be in the right location, with the right engagement, and led by the evidence. So the proposal I would like to move would be, and I'm just sending this around, to delete the words "on a neighbourhood basis with a focus on residential areas." I'm advised that that would essentially revert to option A in the accompanying paper. So instead of moving towards an option B approach, I'd like to propose option A instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
Yeah, could I second that and reserve my right to speak?
Thank you. Members, you have an amendment to this before you, which I hope you've all either looked at or are looking at. Councillor Hadley, you wish to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Broadhead has just highlighted that this is about a small amount of money within the local transport plan, and it's continuing or resuming a programme that was already in existence of implementing 20-mile-an-hour zones or limits where appropriate, and through consultation. And as he's just highlighted, there is consultation currently going on as part of the Bournemouth Towns Fund in Boscombe, which includes a 20-mile-an-hour limit. So there is an evidence-based approach, and this is around looking at priority areas. Appendix A in the report shows the map of the existing zones, and if you look at the Poole area, there are very large areas of Poole, where, including my ward, Poole Town, where 20 mile an hour is the norm, because it is a highly urban area, and it's about and it's something that community has accepted and worked with. In Bournemouth, that's not the case. It's nearly all just around the schools, apart from in Wick and in Throop, two areas that are quite affluent. Actually, it's interesting that they have the 20 mile an hour zones. And in Christchurch, there's not a lot, apart from in Burton, which is mostly 20 mile an hour zones. So there is a real patchwork around the area, and of existing 20-mile-an-hour limits or zones, and this is about a small amount of money allowing the teams to look at the evidence, to look at the priority zones and the places where we can consult with the local population in terms of whether they want this. This is not about imposing it on anyone, and I don't think that do nothing, as in the option that is being proposed by the Leader of the Opposition, allows us to do that, because there will be no money within the local transport plan to implement 21-hour zones. Thank you.
Any more councillors wish to speak to this amendment? Councillor Salmon, are you speaking to... Sorry, are you...
Sorry, could you just bear with me a second?
Yeah. Hold on, members.
Then becomes part of the substantive if she doesn't.
Councillor Earl, as the proposer of the substantive motion, we're asking if you would accept the amendment, which changes it back to, I think, A, isn't it?
No.
Thank you. That's fair enough. Right. Thank you, Chief Exec and Monitoring Officer. Good try. Councillor Salmon, you are speaking to the amendment, remember, not the original.
Which one? Which salmon?
Well, it was you I was looking at, Joe.
So I just want to say thank you to Pete for his comments, because...
Hang on. Councillor Salmon, wait a minute. Yes, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar.
Your mic's not on.
Thank you very much, Chair, for recognising me there. Do please forgive me. I didn't hear the seconder for the amendment. Councillor who? Thank you.
Oh, I just want to say...
Yes, Councillor Salmon, carry on.
I wanted to say thank you to Pete for just acknowledging the reality of the last 30 minutes. I can't get my head around how we're going to carry on as if that disruption didn't happen.
Councillor Salmon, can you stick to this amendment?
I'll
Thanks.
do my best.
Please.
I'll do my best.
Please try. Thank you.
Those expressions of grief and despair and frustration, I think they speak to our moral duty as public servants. And I thought it would be good for us to acknowledge them at the very least and maybe speak to them in this meeting. I feel really uncomfortable just carrying on as if none of that happened.
Councillor Salmon, can we stick to the 20-mile-an-hour thing that we're discussing? I know it's around the corner.
I mean, I would like to propose, or whatever we do technically, that we spend a few minutes talking about what's just gone on in the public gallery and the issues they've raised.
Sorry, Councillor Salmon, can you sit down? Because we're supposed to be discussing Councillor Broadhead's amendment to the substantive motion which was proposed by the Deputy Leader. I'm getting mixed up now myself. Who was the... Councillor... Who? I don't think it was. Councillor Aikenhead, I'm told you want to speak. Oh, so sorry. Thank you. I couldn't...
Thank you. Yes, so I do have reservations about the proposal, and Peter spoke to those very well, so I wasn't going to speak on that. However, I don't think this amendment addresses any of those concerns. And in fact, the thing I think is most wrong about this amendment is that it actually emphasises that we're only going to look at evidence and not take any notice of what residents think. And so, and actually, I'm a little bit surprised that we're actually taking the amendment, because I think it is actually a negative of the proposal, but I will defer to you on that. But if we are taking it, then I would urge people to vote against this amendment, because it's, I believe that if people in a street want 20 mile an hour, they should be able to get it. But I don't believe that we should be imposing it on people. So I'm not really in favour of the original proposal, but I definitely don't like the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. I have now Councillor Kate Salmon speaking to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Cooper and Councillor Joe Salmon, I'm finding it a little hard to concentrate on the matters in front of us, given what we heard from our residents who we should listen to earlier this evening. We've been told off for not listening to our residents already by others. So the amendment proposes that we basically just stick with what we do now. And what we do now is we wait until someone's been killed or seriously injured before we implement road safety measures. And I don't like that, and I've never liked that, and I think we need to do better than that. It is madness to wait until someone's hurt or killed when we know how to avoid that happening. The whole concept of health and safety, which is enshrined in law in this country, is based on risk assessment and risk minimisation to prevent accident and injury, but for some bizarre reason, not when it comes to road safety. Imagine a workplace in which every trip hazard, every trailing cable or curling carpet tile was left in place until someone had fallen over and broken their ankle in that particular spot. We would consider that to be madness. And the same applies here. When we can see that it would be safer for a road to have a lower speed limit because of its particular characteristics, i.e. it's a road where there are a lot of pedestrians because it's lined with houses where people live, we shouldn't wait until someone's hurt or killed before we make that change.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. Okay. I think I had Councillor Earl and the Leader both wishing to speak. Do you wish to speak now, Deputy Leader?
Yes, please. I am speaking to the amendment, thank you. Okay. I absolutely agree. I'm not sure this amendment really does revert it back to A, but if, you know, as other colleagues have said, because of that, I think we can all agree that Councillor Broadhead is actually endorsing the allocation of £149,000 of the local transport plan to be spent on 20 miles per hour. And I'd like to thank him for not opposing the whole thing altogether. I think that we can all agree that 20 miles per hour zones and limits will make our areas safer, and I look forward to him voting for the final recommendation. Thanks.
Leader, you wish to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to draw people's attention. So I just want to make a comment related to what Councillor Salmon said, and that is that it is tragic what happened to one of our residents a couple of weeks ago. However, it would have been perfectly possible for the people who visited today to actually put a question into Council so that we would have been able to put it onto the agenda. And I would definitely recommend that anyone watching this, if they have something they wish to say to the Council, that's how you go about doing it. And when we would have been able to put it onto our agenda and have a really meaningful discussion about it. But in relation to the amendment to which I am speaking, I just want to refer colleagues to Appendix B. If we remove the neighbourhood basis with a focus on residential roads, what we're effectively doing is creating a free-for-all where we end up with a road here and a road there and a road here and a road there. And many of us have more frequent requests for somebody's road to be speed reduced. Certainly, both Councillors Salmon and myself have been engaged in a conversation with a resident at the moment where we've all said it's one of our most common things to be asked for. And in fact, in my own road, I am constantly asked, why is our road not a 20 mile an hour? And I would very much love it to be. But doing one road at a time is expensive and it doesn't work, because there is no point making one road 20 if the next road is a 30 and the next road is a 30. The whole idea is doing it in the clusters that are shown on Appendix B in the purple zones allows people to get from their home to their local shop, from the park to the school, you know, from one place to another within a small residential zone, and with the full backing of the people who are within that zone. So For me, it's a far more useful way of spending the very limited funds that we're allocating. It allows us to actually communicate properly with the residents who are most affected. It doesn't stop people who live outside the zone from making comment or passing their own view on it, but it does allow people to be heard in a confined area where it affects them, rather than a scattergun approach which doesn't have any meaning and doesn't have the effect that we want. We're always hearing about cycle lanes that don't go anywhere because they don't work until they take you from A to B. The purpose of the neighbourhood zoning is to do exactly that. And I think as long as there's proper consultation, this is the way forward, and therefore I wouldn't support Councillor Broadhead's amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just this A says do nothing. It's a bit of a misnomer because do nothing isn't do nothing, because if you read the paragraph, it actually says what will be done. And part of that is not waiting for people to be injured. It's using evidence, and evidence can be anything. Evidence can be a letter from a resident, a request from a resident. It can be an analysis. All of those things can lead to an intervention, and that is the current process. It happens all the time. We know we have new zebra crossings going in because residents apply for them because they've got a concern about a particular area. And it happens. And there are some waiting to go in, I think, in the local area in Moordown or Charnock Road, I believe, as a result of some of the work that our councillors in that area did. So A is not do nothing, it's doing what we already do. So I think that people are reading into that incorrectly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Any more speakers on the amendment? Oh, I'm so sorry, George. I knew you were there. Thank you. Councillor Farquhar, you wish to speak.
Thank you greatly, Chair. Quite an interesting debate. I'm always quite keen to hear sort of views from across the chamber. I myself am broadly supportive, as most people in this chamber are, of making sure that 20 mile an hour speed limit is in appropriate places, such as outside schools. I do take the leader's point that for the expense of it, that piecemeal by this road, rather than a neighbourhood. I'm not proposing an amendment, but perhaps just a suggestion for how the money could be best spent, because there's not a great deal of money for an implementation. I don't see us spending 149,000 and overnight 20 mile an hour zones picking up neighbourhood by neighbourhood. But that phrase, that with the support of the neighbours. So I would suggest that perhaps rather than a consultation, a quick study is done to what is the cost of a referendum. In the same way that we have for a local neighbourhood plan, we produce the documentation, which could be replicated then for the next neighbourhood, and we go to referendum. And every resident in that neighbourhood gets the opportunity, rather than they may not be digitally able on the consultation, they may not be aware of it, as some shopkeepers apparently haven't been informed, and that way we would be totally transparent because it's a referendum, and that neighbourhood, as with a neighbourhood plan, gets the opportunity to say, yes, we want it, no, we don't, based upon the empirical evidence which is presented as part of setting up for the referendum. So it's just a suggestion that we consider that, rather than a consultation, to actually go that step further to make sure that we bring the public with us. And the public will certainly vote to say, no, we don't want it. And that would settle once and for all the discussions which we have for I'm pro 20 mile an hour or I'm against 20 mile an hour. Second Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. I haven't heard much talk of referendums since Christchurch had one some time ago. Councillor Hanna, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Chair. There has been a lot of talk about consultation, and most of those mentioning consultation seem to feel that it is a good thing. And that is with the one exception that in proposing do nothing, that proposal is actually taking consultation out of the system. The accusation has been made that we've tried to introduce a policy without consultation, and that we're trying to impose a blanket 20-mile-an-hour zone without consultation. My reading of page 59 is that there are clear areas through routes which are not designated for consideration as 20-mile-an-hour zones, that we are looking at area-by-area proposals, and that we are looking at residential areas, and the residents of those residential areas have got the right to be consulted. So it does seem to me that option B is the right way forward, and that we should reject the idea that we, in effect, carry on as before without consulting residents. I cannot support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Phipps, you wanted to speak.
Yes, to the amendment. Thank you very much. First of all, I heard what one of the Cabinet members said, and they just seem to, in a way, for me, trivialise that, oh, this is just a small amount of money now. But it does have ongoing consequences. This paper is clearly a commitment to the areas on the map. That's why the map is there, and that's what it says. And I think the leader's just mentioned that anyway, has spoken on that. I'd like to mention this do nothing, which is one of the options. It's not do nothing at all. It's actually very misleading to say that that option is do nothing. And quite frankly, I think the paper is somewhat biased by some of the things that are in it, but that's just my opinion. And Councillor Bartlett did explain about that and the do nothing. The other thing it says in there that we're not going to do the through routes, as also been mentioned. However, in other schemes, through routes are coming forward. We've just got one in Boscombe. The A35 is now proposed for a 20-mile-an-hour. So this is one thing, but there's other stuff coming forward that we don't even know about as well, which is not even mentioned in here. And I think if we went with the amendment, it would certainly give us the chance, or give this council the chance, to actually get some proper evidence. Let's get some facts and figures together, get some data, and actually consult on an area basis. Let's do it. Let's actually find out what our residents want, because I think that's what we should be doing. In my opinion, this council does not have a mandate to do this in such an extensive manner, 20 miles per hour across BCP. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Adams, did you wish to speak? Because I know you seconded.
Yeah, go on, I'll keep it brief. Stand up. I can't actually say it much better than Councillor Phipps and Councillor Bartlett. I completely agree with everything they said. It isn't just a couple of 100,000, it's potentially millions over the next 10 years. And people I speak to are pretty universally happy with 20-mile-an-hour zones outside of schools, even if you say, do you like 20-mile-an-hour zones? And they're like, no, bugger off. And I say, what about schools? And they say, yeah, I can understand that. So let's do that. And I agree with Councillor Farquhar. Let's have a referendum and ask people what they want. I think it's a great idea. I'm going to shut up for now.
Thank you, councillor. Any more councillors wishing to speak to the amendment before I ask Councillor Broadhead to wind up? Thank you. Councillor Broadhead, all yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, colleagues, for the quality of the debate. As I kicked off at the beginning, this isn't about actually do nothing versus do something. This is about the choices that we have in front of us as to how we can really affect change and make sure that we are doing our public duty and in looking at the actual things that are going to affect the safety of our residents across BCP, but do it following the evidence. And we've heard from some of the colleagues, I heard Councillor Aikenhead's point about there is a danger that this could be ignoring residents instead, but I just don't think that's true. Saying that policy, what I'm actually saying is that policy should actually be shaped by evidence, and then you consult on that. And as we heard from Councillor Bartlett, actually, that is the way that we do things at the moment. We have many, many ways that residents can input into areas where they feel it's very important. It's not about not listening to residents, but it is about embedding evidence-based decision-making in policy shaping. Councillor Salmon was worried that this is just waiting for accidents to occur and then reacting. I don't think that's the case. I do think it is about understanding our place and then actually spending the money where it's needed. And Councillor Adams made the valid point. This scheme could run and will run, because we are agreeing the forward policy in this document tonight, into millions and millions and millions of pounds. Do people in this room have the understanding and the confidence that what we are agreeing tonight is actually spending that money where it's needed? Or, as I said at the beginning, is there a danger that we're actually flitting all of this money onto nice areas where it might make people feel a little bit better about their streets, where there's no evidence of safety concerns whatsoever, and taking that much needed money away from where it is really needed? I'm glad, Councillor, that we do agree that money should be spent on reducing speed limits for safety. I think the difference between us is that we don't think it should be done arbitrarily. We do think it should be, once again, following the evidence. And as Councillor Bartlett has pointed out, what I have recommended in this, and I have checked with the Council's team, is to move back towards option A, which is not do nothing. There's a pre-C in there about what option A actually it is. It's focusing the spending around schools. It's focusing around where the evidence is showing that there could be harm and that we need to mitigate it. I agree with Councillor Adams that Councillor Farquhar's point about a referendum is actually not a bad one, actually. I'm the same. I talk to people all the time about this. And like Councillor Bartlett said earlier on, I've yet to have one person say to me that they think what the Deputy Leader said, a default position of 20 mile per hour across the area is the right course of action. So let's maybe really ask what the people think. And as Councillor Phipps said, I do not feel that there is a mandate to do this. There was a discussion a couple of months ago. Councillor Earle said that all of the parties in the Three Towns Alliance campaigned for this, and that's why they had the mandate. I, again, don't remember that as well. We need to follow the evidence. We need to look at sensible reductions in speed limits, but we need to do it in a calm, considered way, following where the evidence is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Now, I doubt very much if we're going to get consensus on voting for the amendment, so I'm going to ask initially for a show of hands. First of all in favour of the amendment? All against? Thank you, members. The amendment has fallen. Councillor Dove wishes her vote to be recorded. Is that,
Could I also have my vote recorded, please?
Well, members, do remember that we can ask for our votes to be recorded initially, but that's fine, thank you. We're going to move on now to this...
Just check if there's any abstentions.
Oh, well, OK, any abstentions? I'm so sorry, when you said it was fallen. Four abstentions, was that? 4 abstentions. Thank you, members. Now, we now go back to the substantive motion, which is on your papers. Councillor Canavan, you're speaking now to the substantive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to bring us back, if I may, to the points that Councillor Phipps made initially. I did get worried about this debate because there do appear to be people who keep on repeating that this is some kind of blanket approach when it's not, and it's a piecemeal approach. We're clear about that. People repeating that it's some kind of anti-car campaign, which it's not. And people also apparently saying that my group support it, which we don't. I think there is a clear road safety case for 20 miles an hour limit. But the point that Councillor Phipps made initially is key. This process is really flawed. To approach it in this way is just clumsy, in my view. And that's the reason why I think I'm just going to be forced to abstain. We all want to reduce casualties on our roads. We all want roads to be safer, but this is not, in our view, not the way to go about it. It is, as Councillor Hadley said a moment ago, a relatively small amount of money. So what it's ruling out, therefore, is any kind of physical structures that reduce speeds of traffic, like speed bumps and things of that kind. So it's ruling out that. And we've heard already in the debate that there's no way of being able to enforce that. So what you're relying on, in my view, is the goodwill of the people of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. And if you don't involve them, if you don't consult them properly, you're not going to get that goodwill. I think it's unfortunate. I understand the explanation from the Chief Executive about why that kind of additional point that came through overview and scrutiny wasn't picked up. But Councillor Trent started us at the beginning on that. Now, I understand that, but I think it's unfortunate because I think it takes the focus away from what we should be really discussing. How do we ensure that residents do get a full and proper say in this process? And I'm just not convinced that this paper that is before us allows us to be able to do that. So I think we need to just reflect and take a longer view about how we get to what it is we're trying to achieve. And I really am concerned about how you're going to set the priorities that have been mentioned. So if you start with the consultation that's currently out that affects my ward in Boscombe, but what's next? How do you determine what's next? Where's the consultation going to come? We've heard in the initial representations from the public about the concern about the degree to which we are consulting people in any case. So we need to get it right. I don't think this paper helps us do that, Chair. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tarling, were you next?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got the luxury. I live in a 20-mile-an-hour limit. My neighbour doesn't, by virtue of the school. The sign is literally just outside my front door. So I've had a look at the map. It took me, I actually drove here. I have to apologise. I do have a bike, but I chose to drive here tonight. And I had a look at it. I think I am looking at an additional 50 metres of 20-mile-an-hour zone to get here, which I think I can't actually get up to 30 miles an hour in my street from my house down to the bottom of the road where I would enter into 30-mile zone. I wish to respond to Councillor Bartlett, who I think made the first comment about not having a mandate, and others have repeated this. Well, I've got to say, myself and Councillor Cox definitely do have a mandate. It was on our election literature, and in fact, the Echo on the 15th of February actually published that we'd put forward a motion to Town Council to implement 20's Plenty. Obviously, a few months after the 15th of February, my personal vote from when I lost in the first election by 1 vote, I actually went on in the recent election to double my vote. So I'll take that, thank you very much. Maybe not one policy increased our vote or doubled our vote, but yes, I do have a mandate for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling. Councillor Chapman-Law.
Hi, yeah, I'm doing this off the top of my head, so who knows where this is going to go. If I hear default one more time, I think I might explode. Yeah, that's the last time. There's been a lot of talk about consultation, and that's exactly what this is doing. You know, we are consultating with the public. It is going to be consultated on, so what's the issue? You know, it is what it is.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor De Pedrovin.
Thank you. I couldn't understand when I first heard about so many people getting so hot under the collar about 20-mile limits. I couldn't understand what it was all about. I mean, because I live in a ward that has had 20-mile limit for years, I mean literally so many years, it's just the way of life. It's accepted. Everybody lives that way. And it was only when I looked at the map in the agenda that I realised that we in Poole, I didn't realise it at the time, but Poole Council was obviously quite forward-thinking and responded to local people who wanted 20-mile limits. And it pays to hoard sometimes because I've dug out some old leaflets. Now, these are from 9 or 10 years ago. We have it there, 2020. There had been a pilot for 20-mile-an-hour limit in part of Newtown Ward. Of course, we were separate wards then. I was Branksome West. So was my colleague, Philip Eads. And we were campaigning on behalf of residents because that's what they told us they wanted, to get 20-mile limit put in. And we were being put into the next phase after the pilot in Newtown. And a couple of editions later, Area Committee, remember those? In January, so that must have been January 2015, I think, gave the final go-ahead for 20-mile limits on all the residential roads in Branksome West. So for all that time, the whole of Branksome West, and now Newtown as well, in the Newtown and Heatherlands ward, is 20 miles an hour. There has been nobody has ever contacted me to say they don't like it. Quite the reverse. There were 1 or 2 roads in Newtown that for some reason got left out originally, quite recently, and they were campaigning because they felt left out. Every other road round about them was 20. They wanted to be included, and we got it done. So it's the residential road. I'll have to name names because I don't go by road numbers very much. Alder Road, Herbert Avenue, Ringwood Road, Ashley Road, they are 30. It's the residential roads enclosed by that rectangle of roads that are 20 miles an hour. And I voted against the amendment because, as the leader has quite rightly said, to have 20 mile for perhaps 100 yards near a school and then back to 30, it's so confusing. You'll get people jamming on their brakes because they've, with any luck, they realise they should be cutting down to 20. But it would also be more expensive because you'd have to have so much more signage than if you have cover a wider area. So I find nothing to criticise in 20-mile-an-hour limits. My residents wanted it and they've got it.
Excuse me, Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking because I'm feeling a little bit left out here because my ward is mostly former Poole Council area. I'd say mostly, sort of 80% of it is. And my ward, I don't think, has got any 20-mile-an-hour roads in it at all. My ward's also got quite a few schools in it. No secondary schools, first schools, primary schools, preschools. And I also don't think that any of those have got 20-mile-an-hour speed limits outside them. The school I know the best, one road, okay, thank you. I stand corrected. One school I know very well because I volunteer, and I do volunteer, I don't get paid for doing this, to the lollipop duty outside one school on a Friday. It's a 30-mile-an-hour road. It can get a bit hairy at times on that 30-mile-an-hour road because, unfortunately, like a lot of areas, there's a lot of, a term I don't like, rat running is happening now, particularly when there's roadworks and things, so a lot of people who don't know the area cut through and standing there with your lollipop in your hand, hoping that a car that is doing a little bit more than 30, because everybody knows when it's a 30-mile-an-hour road, you can do a little bit faster than that, it can get a little bit hairy. When I talk to residents, yes, there's quite a lot of people saying, no, I don't want 20 all over the place, until you say, what about your road? And they say, yeah, I'd really like my road to be 20. I know I'd like my road to be 20, although I know that won't happen because I live on a major road and it's 30 and that's not going to happen. I also see, of course, talk about consultation, I see the children a lot when they're crossing the road. A lot of parents actually come to me and cross the road with the children. Some parents, believe it or not, cross the road a bit higher up and don't use the crossing. And they make that decision, but of course they make the decision for their children as well. So I see quite a lot of children being dragged along across the road in a 30-mile-an-hour zone between cars. Therefore, I'm very in favour of this. When residents want it in an area, I think 20 miles an hour is a really good idea. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Clements, I believe you indicated.
Thank you very much, Chair. Speaking with reference to Newtown Ward, I was one of the councillors representing that ward at the time we were campaigning for the 20-mile-an-hour limits. We were very active and vociferous. It was completely appropriate in that area. There are quite a number of primary schools. It's quite a built-up area. The streets are narrow, potentially quite dangerous if people are driving at more than 20 miles an hour. And in that area in particular, I believe it was a very good decision to campaign for 20 miles an hour as a kind of a blanket scheme across the ward. But that's the point, really. I think it needs to be appropriate and appropriate to the area and the layout of the roads. And I don't think a blanket scheme across the whole of BCP is necessarily the answer for a 20-mile-an-hour limit.
Councillor Slade, did you indicate?
Yes, I did. Because Councillor Lepredevin decided to go dig in her annals of time, I did a little bit of a Google. And if you do a bit of a Google for Broadstone 20 is plenty, you'll see a very unattractive photograph of me from 2013. And I looked rather different to what I do now with my 20 is plenty banner, the petition that we put out. Now, there are only a small number of petition signatures on the change.org. It was quite early days for that. It was all done on paper. Most of the people in the well, 2 out of the 4 people in the photograph are no longer with us. The other one's former councillor Mike Brooke. But we actually did a huge campaign around 20 is plenty, and it has always been something that many people in Broadstone wanted. Yes, a number of people in Broadstone didn't want it, but it took us 10 years to get it. And it does include a through road. It includes the main high street. And actually what you tend to find when you put a high street into 20 miles an hour is people saying, well, you can't do more than 20 miles an hour anyway because the buses and because the cars and because the traffic lights. So, the reasons people give you for saying don't do 20 miles an hour is usually it won't be enforced and you can't go above 20 anyway. So it is horses for courses. As long as the consultation is done well and as long as there is the will of the people, I really don't see why we're getting hot under the collar. We've always been very clear this is a road safety issue. We've been campaigning on it for more than a decade, and there is evidence out there on social media and through letterboxes saying that people want this in their own street. Give them the opportunity to slow the cars down outside their road, outside their home. They will do it. When we did the scheme in Broadstone, which took us years and years, it was done with a really good consultation, and consultation is absolutely key. I'm looking at the data, and you can see it on the council website. The Facebook post was seen by 27.5 thousand people. There was over 600 people responded. The people who live within the zone that was created had a 62% of people wanted it to happen. We waited the responses of people who were affected by it than the people who were using it to go through. And it's actually been really successful. Yes, there is some challenge about one of the roads that goes through the middle and how difficult it is to drive at 20 at some times of the day. But on the residential roads and through the main high street, it really isn't a problem. So let's do the consultation properly. Let's move this forward. We're not signing up for millions of pounds because this is part of the annual budgeting process. So we're allocating 149,000. Next year, there'll be a budget that comes forward, and we'll allocate within the budget next year. And we discuss the budget together every year. So if people want to allocate more or less next year, you can do through the budget process. We're only allocating 149,000 at this point in time.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Canavan? No, I'm so sorry. Councillor Challoner. Looking in the wrong direction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, like every other member in the chamber, I'm in favour of speed reduction in targeted locations around schools and other built-up areas. However, this broad-brush proposal is likely to further perception of this council's anti-motorist policies. Oh yes, because let's face it, it follows the hiking of parking charges which will negatively impact businesses, residents and visitors. It's in addition to selling much-needed car parks, including Beach Road in my ward, despite there being plenty of evidence that there is significant demand for spaces. It's also in addition to closing one of the entrances to vehicles in Poole Park without consultation, and it's still closed, and that's obviously how this administration seems to consult after the event and then ignore the feedback. I do wonder what the outcome will be when residents do not agree to what this administration wants to impose, especially when they know the true cost involved and also when frontline services are going to be cut. 149,000 here, 149,000 there. Let's see what we could save instead, shall we? However, I suspect that any such consultation, as it is, will be limited and worded in a way to ensure that those who know best get the answers that they want. What is before us is not evidence-driven policy. It is not what residents want or are asking for, and I will not be supporting this proposal. Thank you.
All right. I think we've debated this very adequately. I'm going to go to Councillor Salmon, and then that's the end. Thank you.
So I'm really disappointed in the quality.
Councillor Howell, you're standing.
Can we both speak? Because I'm really disappointed level of debate today. You know, I've got to correct a few things first of all. Stephen's right. One of the first things me and Kate did, more Kate than me, was apply for a crossing. That was before we were elected back in 2022. That crossing's still not there yet. The business as usual approach to sorting out problems on our roads simply doesn't work. We have a situation where you're told no one has died yet on this stretch of road, so you cannot have your 20-mile-an-hour limit. That makes me livid. The nonsense we hear from people about this, the fact that some councillors feel the need to make up false stories about seeing people children hit by buses at 30 miles an hour and surviving. Utter nonsense. I've only ever seen one impact of somebody hit at 30 miles an hour. Now, they did not survive that.
Councillor Salmon, can you wait?
Oh, sorry, I am speaking. I am speaking and will not be spoken over.
Councillor Salmon, sit. Bobby, we couldn't hear you, I don't think. Right, Councillor Dove, can you start again? Thank you. Okay, that's on now.
Sorry,
thank you.
I will not be called a liar in this chamber. I've been called a liar on 3 occasions on Twitter by this councillor and again in this chamber. I have lived experience. We have autonomous logs with the police. We have pocket notebook entries of incidents I have gone to, and I would want either his record to be redacted and an apology, or to this be dealt with by the monitoring officer, please.
Councillor Dove, I'm told that you weren't actually named at all. So I'm going to...
I think it's quite clear who he means, given that we've had the press coverage. I'm not born yesterday, and I will not be called a liar in this chamber by somebody who thinks it's appropriate to start making up incidents.
Councillor Dove, I can't see how you were called a liar if you weren't named. I'm going to pass it to the monitoring officer for her advice. Councillor Salmon, will you sit down while we're debating this? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In order to be a point of order, a councillor has to refer to the relevant council procedure rule that a breach has taken place. I'm not convinced that Councillor Dove has put an appropriate procedure rule forward which has been breached in this instance. I'm not aware that Councillor Dove was named, and I won't accept the request for a point of order, Chair.
Sorry, could you just point out in the Constitution where it says that a councillor can rebut something when another councillor has lied against them, please? I can't find that in the Constitution.
Chair, if I may, I'm not aware that Councillor Dove was named in the debate by Councillor J. Salmon. Councillor Dove has chosen to make this statement of her own accord. I'm not convinced that Councillor Dove's statement falls within the council procedure rules. This is something that Councillor Dove has volunteered, and because the Chair of Council is not being pointed to a breach of a procedure rule, it is on that basis that I'm not accepting this as a point of order, Chair.
I'm going to move on now. Councillor Salmon, you have Councillor Salmon, you have had a say all through this debate. I'm going to move to Councillor Howell, who had his name down first, and then that's the end of the debate. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Can we start the clock again, because I'm not clear when. So, is this conversation still continuing, or can I start?
Do you want me to say ready, set, go, Mark?
Well, you seem to be having a conversation with somebody else, Chair. That's
Okay.
why I guess that.
Right.
So perhaps if we, it still seems to be going on.
Are we on zero?
Go.
Yes, go. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'd just like to make some responses in relation to some points made by the councillors. In response to Councillor Bartlett, my party did say that we generally supported 20-mile-an-hour interventions where they were beneficial, but clearly when you have a large area being considered, appropriate consultation needs to happen, and I'm sure it will do in this case. My experience in my ward is where we have a lot of these zones is that they are welcomed. You know, I hardly get any complaints about them at all, and do get requests for additional ones. In regard to Councillor Aitken had about it being imposed. Virtually everybody maybe everybody in this room, I'm not sure in terms of older councillors, but certainly the 30-mile-an-hour limit was imposed on me when I was 17 and was able to drive, because it already existed. So you know, when are we going to be consulted about that? I don't get by that argument. In terms of Councillor Cooper, speeding, how you control it, we all know people speed when it's 30 miles an hour. You know, most places aren't regulated. If it's 20 miles an hour, you will get self-regulation, because if you're behind a car that is going 20 miles an hour, then you have to go 20 miles an hour. And so it has a positive effect in that way. I would say in terms of actually the decision-making locally, we've got to be careful that we don't resort to just creating a hodgepodge of areas with mixed characteristics in terms of zones, because we need, as the leader says, to be able to give consistent, safe cycleways to children so they can get to school, for example. And crucially, we need to change the culture. And culture isn't changed if you only have a very short stretch of a 20-mile-an-hour area. You need to have wider areas so that people get used to it. And I'd just like to conclude by saying, you know, it's a really positive thing about slowing down cars, slowing down society in general, because it gives us time to think. We're all being made to be so busy, we have no time to think. The government doesn't want us to think about a lot of things. For example, it does not want to think about the fact that we are supplying weapons to Israel to commit, to allow them to pursue their genocide. Thank you.
Now, I'm going to do a terrific U-turn, because I can see Councillor Farr looking very bereft. You did indicate, and can we be brief, courteous, kind, and all those things? I'm sure you will be, Councillor Farr. You always are. Thank you.
Oof. Wait.
Can we just listen to Councillor Farr before we wind up? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. With the proposed rollout of the 20 miles per hour speed limit across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole area, please can it be explained what resources will be used to enforce the speed restrictions What is the true cost for residents going forward? Thank you.
Councillor Hadley, I think you reserved your right. Do you wish to speak on this?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, because there was a question in the from the last speaker. The police haven't said they won't commit to undertaking checking of speed in 20-mile zones. They've said they haven't got resources to prioritise that against other things, and they are experimenting and looking at doing so because Dorset Council, Cornwall Council, other councils are also implementing 20-mile-an-hour limits, and it matters. You know, it does matter that people will speed in whatever speed limit you happen to set. And when we're looking at particularly the safety around schools and places where people live, that's really important. So it's not a no from Dorset Police. They are the appropriate people. They are the only people that can implement moving speed restrictions. So that's really key. I think this is one element of the local transport plan. It's an important area in terms of that thing about not just dealing with deaths and serious injuries. It is about trying to make better places for people. Why wouldn't we want to make BCP a better place for people to live safely? Thank you.
Councillor Earle, it's your time to sum up if you would.
Thank you. I'll try and be quite quick. I think just to sum up really, this is a line in the local transport plan, which is a whole list, a lot of money, millions of pounds, which goes into various capital programmes across our road network and to do with our roads and travel and everything else. 20 mile per hour is a very small amount of that wider programme of things like, additional crossings, things like safer routes to school. It's part of a mix, and I think that's what we need to acknowledge. This is not a standalone thing. It's part of the road safety agenda, and I don't think councillors disagree that we need to try and have safer roads in our area. That is our duty as elected members. Councillor Lepedevin talked about our area. I don't live far from Marion, where we do have a large 20 mile per hour zone. And when I say large, it's 1.5 miles basically square. It's a really big area. I'd invite any councillors, if they want to come and see it, come and have a look around. We don't have people out campaigning on the streets against it. We don't have really long car journeys. People respect the fact that residential areas should be for all sorts of people, not just cars. Should be for cyclists, for walkers, for everyone else. It really is a delight to live somewhere like that, and I consider myself lucky. And I don't see why we should stop residents in areas that are very similar to that across our conurbation from accessing that sort of safety. I just wanted to confirm that, yes, the resolution is that we would take into account scrutiny's recommendations. So that includes residents' views being taken into account before decisions on implementation are made, and that we would focus on areas around schools and nurseries, and that will now be included as part of the
Thank you, members. Starting the meeting again. We're on item 7, which is minute number 121 in our agendas, but it's item 7 on the agenda sheets. Our Place and Environment LTP Capital Programme 24-25. Councillor Andy Hadley, I understand you're going to move this recommendation, and Councillor Kieran Wilson is going to second. Is that right? Are we all settled? Yes, thank you. Councillor Hadley. No, I don't think you should apologise, Councillor Hadley. I think it's just the state of the equipment.
Are there any other microphones on?
Thank you, Chair. This is the local transport plan, and effectively this is a 1 year, the current year of a 5-year programme. We are in the process of writing the local transport plan 4, but according to local transport plan 3, we get an allocation from government of capital monies every year, and this is highlighting how we spend it. At paragraph 15, there's a table which highlights that 3.1 million of this is spent on the integrated transport block, and the item we've just been talking about, the 20 mile an hour, is within that 3.1 million. The larger sum, 5.3 million, is on highways maintenance, which is about things like bridges and potholes and managing the network with the existing area. In Appendix A, that goes into much more detail of individual schemes that are within the local transport plan, but it also details external grants that we've been successful in obtaining, and those come to a rather larger sum. So in Appendix A, the grey column is the local transport plan. That's what you're voting for tonight. And the column next to it, external grants, indicates monies we've had from elsewhere, which comes to a sum of £37 million for other specific schemes. Appendix B highlights the forward highway maintenance for the next 3 years. It's a condition of government that we show that we have a forward plan for our maintenance over the 3 following years, and so that's what you see in Appendix B. The item is for approval by Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Wilson, you're seconding.
Yeah, happy to second, and I reserve my right to speak.
I think you said you reserve your right. I'm so sorry, I couldn't quite hear. Thank you. Right, members, debating on this item. Hands anywhere? Oh, Councillor Bartlett, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to support this paper on the basis that I've just not agreed or didn't want to support the last one. It would be absurd of me to vote in favour of something I've just voted against on the previous item. The other thing I'd like to say is that there's an item about the Red Hill roundabout on this paper in one of the paragraphs. I'd just like to say I'm absolutely 100% against it, and I wouldn't support that. Thank you.
Councillor Phipps, thank you.
I can't support A. It's a shame these aren't split. Obviously, I'm happy about highway maintenance, but A contains the issue that I've just voted against, which was the 20 mile per hour. So unless they're taken separately, I'll have to vote against. I'm afraid.
Any more members wishing to speak? Councillor Wilson, then you've reserved your right. Now's your time, I think.
I'm fine, thank you. I'm all right.
Councillor Hadley. Oh, hang on. Yes, Councillor over. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Before we vote, I just wanted to clarify something that's within the travel safety measures. So it's within the integrated travel block side of the paper on page 81, where we're talking about safer routes to schools and school crossings. And I'm speaking this within the context of listening to residents, because there's a lot of residents who've got an awful lot to say about school crossing patrollers. I want to understand whether by the upgrades, whether that represents getting rid of school patrol crossing people and making that automated or not. Because if that's what that does represent, then even though I might support the rest of the paper, I'm going to have to abstain.
Thank you, Councillor. That was, now we've ended that debate. So, Councillor Hadley, are you summing up?
Yes, happy to, Chair.
Thank
just
you.
on that point, the safe routes to school and school crossings upgrade includes a whole range of things. We have, at the last Cabinet meeting, we approved a whole lot of improvements. Some of those were double yellow lines by schools and looking at things. It does include zebra crossings or appropriate automated crossings in place of school crossing patrols, not so much getting rid of them, but as school crossing patrollers retire and leave, that they're not being replaced, and they're being replaced by that. But it is a programme that was in the MTFP for the council to do that, so effectively to spend capital monies, not least because kids doing after-school clubs are not protected by the school crossing patrol, and in the school holidays there's no one there to protect them, so that the appropriate crossing, whether it's a zebra or a pelican or a puffin, protects children and other people at all times around the clock in weekends and school holidays as well. But it does take out those bits. In terms of the item that we've covered previously, obviously there are other elements to this in terms of the integrated transport block, particularly supporting our bus service improvement plan, and some of the elements are match funding for central government funding. So if we didn't accept spending the local transport plan monies, we would put some of the other monies that we might get in jeopardy because it's match funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. That was very helpful. Members, I'm going to ask for a show of hands on this. All in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. All those against? And abstentions? Okay. Yes, that was carried. Thank you, members. We're on to item 8 now, Audit and Governance Committee from the 7th of March 2024, minute 68, financial regulations, and it's the annual evolution of the financial year 24 to 25. And the recommendation is as shown. Councillor Andrews, I believe you're moving the recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Financial regulations forms part 5 of our Constitution, but it also operationally is viewed as a standalone document. The BCP financial regulations are subject to annual business as usual evolution changes, and some are shown in red text throughout the document appended to our agenda. The red text stays in the live document, so changes are transparent. This year's evolutionary changes are mainly in Part G, procurement and contract procedures, and are necessary because of laws that have been introduced or clauses in the Procurement Act 2023. My Vice Chair will detail some of the principal ones, but I should mention that further reforms stemming from that said Act are likely to be announced later this year, but I've been advised that will probably be after the general election. There may be a need to make, therefore, further changes to our financial regulations as a result later this year, based on what the government advises council should be undertaking. and therefore before the next normal annual evolution. So I propose a recommendation, and indeed, as I said, I have a seconder.
Councillor Connolly, you were going to second, I believe.
Yep. As Councillor Andrews has said, these are mainly operational changes as part of the evolution of Part G. Key changes to call out are a threshold language change, which is not a substantive change. It's making it VAT inclusive rather than exclusive terms. It also has much greater emphasis on new procurement decision records, which should clearly articulate procurement decisions, so why a particular route was chosen, who made the decision and when. And it will also involve the removal of the previous waiver process. So it's now part of that procurement decision record. And on balance, our view as a committee was that this actually should strengthen the process, make it more robust, and avoid some of the problems we've had in procurement in the past. So on balance, we thought that these were relatively neutral operational changes, but actually slightly positive, if anything. And there may be some further coming for next year after the Procurement Act. So on that basis, happy to second. Thanks.
Members, anybody wishing to speak? Right, does the proposer wish to sum up? Councillor Andrews?
I don't think it's necessary. Although I've just mentioned that it was a unanimous recommendation from my committee.
Thank you, members. Would we be able to have a consensus in favour on this? Agreed. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Exec. Moving on to item 9. Hang on, I'll just move my screen a bit. Item 9. Cabinet Minute 132, disposal of land at Wessex Fields, Riverside Avenue. All the members, we do note that some of these appendices are exempt, so if anybody touches on those, we have to exclude public and press, but I'm sure we can manage without that. Okay, Councillor Cox, I believe you're going to move the recommendation and the leader is going to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm delighted to recommend that Council confirms the decision of Cabinet to approve the disposal of the Council-owned land at Wessex Fields to the University Hospital, Dorset, on such terms to be approved by the Director of Finance in consultation with the portfolio holder for finance, namely me. This decision has had a long debate at overview and scrutiny, where option 1 was recommended by all parties except the Conservatives, and there was also a thorough debate at Cabinet. As I stated at Cabinet, this is a win-win-win for the Council, the hospital and the local residents. The hospital has done an excellent job at demonstrating the benefits of their ownership, that their ownership will bring to the local area, including the provision of low-cost housing for key workers, state-of-the-art research facilities and significant job opportunities. It frankly beggars belief that some people still want to still threaten this opportunity by procrastinating even further than this has already occurred, by dragging up some unfounded allegations. Nobody in their right mind can see that this proposal has not been thoroughly scrutinised. We are confident that this administration has been completely transparent, which stands in stark contrast to the previous Conservative administration. I therefore thoroughly recommend this opportunity to the Council to vote for option 1. Thank you.
Can I call on you, Leader, to second?
I so second, but reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Members, who wishes to speak on this? Well, it looks like nobody wishes. Oh, no. Can I just ask that you put your hands up immediately, because I then think nobody wants to speak, and then I'm happy to find that people do, obviously. Councillor Bartlett, I saw you first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree entirely with Councillor Cox. I think this is a marvellous opportunity. I have to say I was a bit taken aback with the statement made earlier on because over scrutiny, this matter was thoroughly scrutinised. And the idea that there may, or suggestion there may be some kind of conspiracy acting that was acting in the background to persuade members' minds from the original recommendations made by the Assets Disposal Working Group is absolutely absurd. The reasons for that were well articulated during that meeting. I have absolutely no doubt at all that the overall view of the committee was that this is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity that we should grab with both hands. I have to say I'm a bit of a capitalist and I normally support free market in most cases. In this case, it is absolutely clear that the public interest is best served by allowing the hospital to develop its facilities on this site. I really hope that everyone will be able to support that this evening. Thank you.
Councillor Brown, did you indicate?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I felt I had to speak on this. I sit, as part of my portfolio for health and wellbeing, I sit on the Integrated Care Partnership, and actually we had a meeting this morning at Poole Hospital, and that's with our colleagues in the NHS and from Dorset Council ourselves and from lots of other partner agencies in the area. And actually we had a meeting earlier in the year in January, and the discussion there was about the real critical need for the National Health Service to have affordable key worker housing to secure people in this area so that they can actually afford to work at our hospitals and continue their jobs. And we all discussed as a partnership back in January about how important it was, and we all needed to go back to our organisations, and where there were opportunities to support that, we had to. And this is absolutely the chance to make this decision is a key part of us showing that we put our money where our mouth is when we're working in partnership with partners right across the public sector, across Dorset. And I was somewhat astounded, actually, over previous weeks to hear people sort of arguing against this and that we shouldn't be going down this route. And for me, you know, I don't know about others, but I came into politics to make a real long-term, tangible difference to our communities and for us to be able to leave a legacy for our towns. And for me, this is a very, very simple decision. If you believe that all of us and our families and our friends and our community should have access to the best possible medical treatment and medical care free at the point of use through the National Health Service, then we need sufficient qualified healthcare staff to provide that healthcare for our residents. And that can only happen with the necessary supporting infrastructure and advanced medical facilities, training facilities, and essentially the quality housing for those delivering our health services. So if you want that, then you must vote positively to back this deal for Wessex Fields.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I don't see anybody else indicating, so Councillor Slade, do you want to use your reserved right?
Thank you very much. I would like to do that. I would like to first thank the representatives of Universities Hospital Dorset for the presentations both to scrutiny and Cabinet, and I would encourage any members of the public who are unsure about the benefits to view the proposals and watch the recordings of those meetings where you will be able to see the benefits of this scheme. I was also pleased to speak with them in the comfort break, to thank them for staying so late and to appraise them of a meeting I attended this afternoon with the Deputy Leader with the Bournemouth and Poole College, where we discussed how the further and higher education sector might support these exciting developments in the future with their staff and their skills development. For the benefits of any other residents in the gallery, there is no discount, substantial or otherwise. The vision for Wessex Field has been consistent from the days of 2017 when the site was first acquired by Bournemouth Council. Use by the hospital and universities to further the health and well-being of our population and provide extra services to the hospital has been the wish of the council and local people, and I'm pleased that we're in a position to progress this. I wanted to use this opportunity to dispel some allegations circulating on social media that I, as leader, or the council itself, blocked the sale of the land to Nuffield Health. The suggestions are that this has directly led to Nuffield Health's decision to apply for planning permission to build on the land south of Gillett Road at Highmoor Farm. However, the reality is far more mundane. The way local authorities work does not always align with what the commercial sector desires, much to the frustration of the public and indeed to councillors themselves. We move at a pace that enables vital dialogue, democracy, appraisal and transparency at every stage, and we are beholden to public scrutiny and political process. Because of this, it seems we just took too long to reach a decision for Nuffield Health's liking. To reiterate, I did not refuse to sell the land at Wessex Fields to Nuffield Health during the time of my previous leadership of BCP Council. In fact, the Unity Alliance approved the formalising of market interest through the soft market testing work. For their own reasons, Nuffield Health chose to seek alternative sites at the time. This period was also the first 12 months of the pandemic, which created a very uncertain economic climate. To outline the milestones since 2017, when the site was first acquired, the proposed development of the A338 link road has been the subject of 2 planning applications, a request for call-in made to the Secretary of State by the local MP, and a Cabinet decision to pause the development. A period of consultation was opened in order to gauge public opinion requiring how the land would or would not be used. The pre-election period for the 2019 general election then delayed plans for the consultation, and the pandemic affected all non-essential council business. It was great to have a public engagement session in early 2020, which was followed up with a change of administration, and the soft market testing that we implemented was then published with the Cabinet report in December 2020, when the Conservative administration sold part of the site to the university directly for the pathology lab. And now we're at this point, and I'm absolutely delighted to be seconding this proposal.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Cox, do you wish to sum up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think enough has been said. I thank Councillor Bartlett for his words that there has been absolute transparency over this subject, and also Councillor Brown for mentioning the fact that this proposal increases the working in partnership with the NHS, which we wholeheartedly support. So I would urge every member to support option 1. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Councillor Cox and Leader. Members, I'm going to ask for a show of hands on this. All in favour? Sorry, those against? Yes, Councillor Dove recorded. Any abstentions? Right, thank you, members. That's carried. Right, thank you. Members are now back in the room. Thank you. Item 10. The SEND programme of expansion to Camford Heath Infant and Junior Schools. Excuse me, members. Councillor Burton, I believe you're going to move this recommendation, and Councillor Earl will second. Councillor Burton.
Thank you very much, Chair. You'll all be aware that the BCP sends improvement agenda, and part of this agenda, we're looking to increase the number of specialist places to increase inclusion in mainstream schools. This is one of several schemes being developed as a result of the Council working with other people, this one particularly with the Teach Trust, to co-locate specialist places for children with speech, language and communication needs in Camford Heath Infant and Junior Schools. This will provide 35 places for children with an EHCP from January next year. That is 15 infant places in the school and 20 junior places. I'd just like to highlight, there's a slight error on the paper. In the executive summary, they have the numbers the other way round, but in the body of the text, it is those numbers. And I thank Councillor Pedevin for pointing that out to me earlier today, because she obviously read it with slightly more detail than I had the first time I read it through. These places will be in addition to the current PAN for Camford Heath Infant and Junior Schools. Speech and language and communication, one of the areas that have been highlighted that we have extra need. And as with all EHCP-based provision, the school will take pupils from all the way across BCP, and in fact, any other local authority who needs the places, the place being paid for by the local authority that the child comes from. The funding comes from the Council's High Need Special Provision capital grant allocated by the Department of Education. And so what we're asking for is agreement to spend that money so that the school can get the building work done and open for January next year. There's more details in the exempt section about the finance of it, but I would just highlight that the actual cost per pupil is a very good cost compared with the average cost nationally. I was finished to say that it's been a little while coming, this one. I know the school would really like to move ahead with this quickly. I know I would. I visited the school and had a really good look round, and I'm really excited to visit it again when this facility is open. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Earl.
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm so sorry. I didn't catch. I now know what you said. Thank you. Members, can we open the debate on this, please? Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I just thank Councillor Burton for his support, and I just wanted to say that these two resource bases I know are very much needed, and I'm delighted that the Teach Trust have taken on this huge and exciting project. Thank you.
Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, can I support the recommendation? It's really good news. I just wanted to pick up a little point that Councillor Burton just made in passing, that these proposals are a long time coming. And I just wonder if he could give us an explanation of how we can progress more of these in the future, because they do seem to take quite a bit of time, and obviously money is always an issue, but we have had a couple now, which is really positive. But the demand is out there, so it would be good if we could try and explore how we might be able to press that forward, and indeed if there are any others that might be in the pipeline that officers and others may be working on at the moment. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sure that will come in the winding up. Councillor Cooper, I believe I saw your hand.
Yeah, I'll be swift on this one. Fully support it, of course. Who wouldn't? The thing that kind of niggles me about the kind of privatisation of our school systems through the academisation of them is how that can exacerbate inequalities across the conurbation. So although it's really, really good, and it's fantastic news that in Camford Heath they've got this opportunity, I'm interested in how many places are accessible and what hoops and things people have to go through to get that. And then in particular, a little alarm bell sets off when external people, maybe from other counties, can purchase into that school. So it's almost like there's a disparity between the wealthier sponsors of an academy, where they get the money from, and what the long-term intention is. Hopefully we will get a change of government. And the Education Minister has said quite clearly that the push to make our schools into academies, particularly primary and early years, will be rolled back. And I think that's something we need to prepare for. And there's some alarm bells in this for me about market forces being involved in fundamental important things for our children and young people. My councillor friend over there said that he believes in market forces. Well, I don't when it comes to public services. You can see what has happened to our public services since 2010, where market forces are involved in every single aspect of what we deliver. We've seen what we've built through strong local authorities, destroyed as budgets get rolled back. Free market steps in and says, well, I'll deliver that, and it doesn't get delivered. I'll give an example, which is a little bit of a diversification, but it's a fact. We've no longer got a youth service. Gone. The National Youth Agency create a statutory duty for the local authority in the small print of their documentation that there's money for rebuilding youth services. But the get-out clause is the local authority doesn't have to deliver it. They can commission it out. So it's another way that central government is giving public money to the private sector, and I think we have to watch on that. I'm really pleased that you've got the resource, but the questions are, how many places? How much does it cost? What's the long-term plan with all the other schools, taking into account what's happening with safety valve and the state that we find our children's services in? Those are questions I think that seriously need answering. And I'm sorry to be negative because I'm quite joyful for Camford Heath. Thank you.
Councillor Slade, I think you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to agree in quite some significant part with what Councillor Cooper has just said. I am no fan of the academy system, particularly the multi-academy trusts. I think they are... it would be great if we could roll back time and not have them anymore, because I think there's a real loss in so many ways in the ownership of them by a community. I just wanted to reassure Councillor Cooper that these aren't places specifically for children from Camford Heath. You know, they are going to be provided for children who meet the need that is required through their EHCPs or their special educational need requirement. And so, you know, it is a blessing for Camford Heath, but it will hopefully be a benefit for the children of the wider area. I'm sure Councillor Burton, when he sums up, will talk about the plan to extend this programme further. But I just wanted to let you know I had a meeting this morning with one of our secondary schools who is really keen to get involved with this. He's really keen to be as inclusive as they possibly can be and to actually scoop up some of the children that are currently in the independent sector and bring them back into the mainstream school. It's incredibly difficult, though, when some of those independent schools are making all sorts of interesting promises and pledges and making it really hard for a parent who has currently got their child in a school that, you know, looks great, feels great, and is being asked to come back into a state system because we can actually meet their needs, but the parent is exercising their rights. So we aren't in the best position there. But the only other thing I wanted to add was we have bids in for schools to build new schools for special educational needs and for alternative provision. And we were expecting to get the result from the Department for Education on that by the 1st of April. It's now the 23rd of April. Our children are still waiting, and our children deserve to know if we're going to get those new schools, because we are losing generations of children, and it's about time that we were able to give them what they all deserved.
Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I think the one thing I find heartening in this is that the capital cost per additional place is not that much more than we are actually paying some individual pupils to be educated in the private sector. And I think if we, you know, the more that we can provide within BCP resources, the better. Because I have to say I'm very disappointed that it's not a national debate about what's actually going on about special education needs, because some of the provision is of a horrendous cost. And I think if we can do something like this, that the actual cost per pupil is going to be a lot lower, I think that's good, and we should be doing as much of this as we possibly can. But I do think that the political parties nationally need to get on board at the disgraceful high profit that some people are actually making out of special needs pupils in the private sector. And I do think we really need to be concerned about that. So I welcome what we're doing within BCP to ease the situation.
Councillor Earl, do you wish to speak on your reserved right?
No.
I quite appreciate this terse replying. That's very, very helpful. Councillor Burton, you wish to sum up for us? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I shall be brief, just make a couple of follow up with a couple of points. Yes, we are looking at other schools. There has been a review, and we've just been getting the results of that review. The secret is making sure that we get the right places for the right need in the right areas. So that's one reason it's taken a little bit of time, but that work has now been done, and so we will be hearing more of these coming up soon. The market forces bit, I was trying to reassure people when I said it wasn't just a Camford Heath school, that actually these places for children for wherever the need is. This isn't a private school, and I do also have a certain concern about particularly large maps. And the way that they can change the market. But this is funded by the BCP. It is a lot cheaper and better to send our children to our schools rather than having to rely at the moment sending them to private establishments if we don't have those places. So, yeah, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, do we have consensus on accepting this? Agreed? Thank you. Thank you, members. We'll move on to item 11, Audit and Governance Committee, minute number 78, which is the review of the Council's constitution and their recommendations. Councillor Andrews, I believe this is you to recommend, and Councillor Connolly to second.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have pleasure in moving the recommendations set out on the agenda. The matter was originally considered by the Constitution Review Working Group, which is now chaired by my Vice Chair, Councillor Connolly. It was also considered by A&G at its last meeting and was unanimously approved as a recommendation to full Council. The report, which commences on page 259 of your agenda pack, includes full details of the proposed changes. There is one issue to consider this evening, which is the addition of a new Part 4E to the Constitution to introduce budget and policy framework procedural rules. The introduction of these new rules was recommended by the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities Best Value Action Plan, and is also included in the Chief Executive's Governance Improvement Action Plan. And my Vice Chair, I think, will expand on what those changes are.
Councillor Connolly.
Thank you, yes. So the proposed new procedural rules specifically put in place arrangements for dealing with financial and policy decisions of the Council where the leadership make recommendations to full Council for a full determination, and if Council does not accept or fully accept the leadership's recommendations, these procedural rules set out what would need to be followed in that event. So a helpful flow chart is on page 270 of the agenda pack, and that illustrates the decision route for those scenarios. So these procedures have been developed with reference to other local unitary authorities' constitutions, and it is commonplace in other local authorities to have these in place. Now, this should strengthen the processes in place to avoid risks associated with any last-minute changes to budgets that we have seen in the past, and we think that it should strengthen that to have it all set out in one place in the Constitution, what should be followed in that eventuality. That's not to say it's perfect. If adopted, we recommend that these procedural rules are reviewed after 12 months, so one new budget cycles next spring. In the meantime, the Constitution Review Working Group plans to bring forward some other meeting procedural rules, looking at the operating procedures of budget-setting council meetings and other council meetings, which would include things like meeting length. So we're going to be considering these as a working group and then take that to A&G committee and then to future full council. Before we do this, we plan on sending out a survey to all councillors on these sort of operational questions, things like meeting length, start times, finish times, and the benefits of a specific budget setting meeting. So I hope you'll all engage with that survey when it comes round. But this proposal today is specifically just to Part 4E to the Constitution on this process for full council disagreeing with the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any, excuse me, any speakers on this item? Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sorry, beg your pardon. I just wanted to welcome this, and I think it's an improvement. I think it's a it's part of a process of improving the compliance and the processes around not just budget setting, but also our whole financial regulations. And so I do very much welcome this. I would remind this council, however, that one of the reasons this has been put in there in the first place was because of the shenanigans that went on in the budget, not the last budget, obviously, the one before that. And so we're having to make these adjustments which the government have recommended in order to stop those sort of things happening in the future. Thank you.
Any more speakers? Councillor Andrews, would you like to sum up then? Thank you.
Very briefly, thank you, Councillor Cox, for your contribution. I don't think the government was just tweaking the regulations or recommending councils tweaking their constitutions due to what happened, what you referred to. I think this has been happening in other councils, and clearly late changes of plans can create problems and issues, and it's something where we've now got this in our constitution, if the vote goes in favour of it, which will clearly lay down how the administration should be presenting its budget and its proposals to full council. And there is a very useful flowchart which will be in the constitution, which will assist members in their endeavours. So let's go for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, do we have consensus on accepting this? Thank you, members. Right, moving on to item 12. Consultation on the draft BCP Community Infrastructure Levy charging schedule. Councillor Slade, I understand you're going to move the recommendation and Councillor Phipps is to second. So, Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. The SIL charging structure was taken through Council in January with the local plan, with minor changes to be devolved to myself and the relevant director to be made. The subsequent work that was undertaken showed some really good news for the Council and, more importantly, for our residents. And that was that the Council would be able to collect community infrastructure levy on a wider breadth of development than we have previously been able to do. Community infrastructure levy, as councillors will know, but the public may not, is provided to mitigate the impact of development on our existing communities. And in the past, many communities have missed out on this much-needed funding because the development has either been for extra care, residential care or student housing, which have been rated at 0 per square metre. When the assessment was done to establish how much we might be able to charge future developers, it was considered that this was more than a minor change, particularly as it was taking some areas from 0 up to a charge, and in one case, almost doubling the rate that we felt that we could achieve and still maintain viability for developers. So we decided that in order to maintain as much transparency as we could, that it was only right that we brought this back to Council for a full process where the public would be able to ask questions and see what the proposals were before going out to consultation. The good news is that the consultation is ready to go out this week so that it can be publicised alongside the local plan consultation, which remains open until the 3rd of May, and that will allow people to submit their views to both the local plan and the SIL charging structure at the same time. And more importantly, because this will be running for a 6-week period, it will allow both of those to go forward to the Secretary of State for examination in public at the same time, thereby not delaying either element of the process. So the revised charging structure is listed in here and I commend it to Council.
Councillor Phipps, do you wish to second?
Yes, happy to second this going out to public consultation. Thank you.
Members, who wishes to speak? Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on the consultation aspect. Is that?
Do.
Brilliant,
yes,
thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf of residents from a ward where there's a lot of development compared with other parts of BCP. So I'm really keen to ensure that as many people as possible engage in this important conversation and understand what community infrastructure levy is all about, and therefore how to access it fairly and make sure that it's spent, you know, in the best way in communities. So I'd also would advocate for a much more strategic and evidence-based approach to the spending of SIL, particularly in neighbourhoods that are most affected by development. So I'd like to be able to see, for residents to actually be able to see a forecast of their SIL that would enable them to be able to work more intelligently, you know, and forecast what the needs of an area are and what's coming into the pipeline, and that can then inform the development of neighbourhood planning and the spend of SIL. So I welcome the consultation, but I want to see more, that it's accessible, that it's available to as many people as possible. I'm also speaking on behalf of residents where it's quite difficult for some individuals and households to access Wi-Fi. So I'd like to see that the consultation is, you know, accessible to them. I think it really needs to have a bit more modelling and a bit more meaning for people so that they could really understand what does this mean for them, because I'm not sure that with the current, what I've seen of the current consultation, that it really communicates that. But I think I agree with exactly what you're saying, Vicky. It's an important consultation to go out and people to have a say. I'd like to see it linked to local plan and the projections and what that means for each ward as opposed to a valued area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hadley, I believe you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, very much welcome this change. I think it's really important that some of these building types that were previously exempt from paying SIL are actually paying SIL. The impact of having care homes in an area, the impact of student accommodation is just as significant in some regards as any other sort of accommodation. And I think there is an equity, a fairness issue there. We saw as part of the development of the new local plan the real balance and challenge in terms of what we can make available for social or affordable housing, for nutrient mitigation, for transport infrastructure, for environment and health, and all the other measures that we would like to see as communities supported. So this is about strategic SIL as well as community SIL, and I think the conversations we need to have with the public are really important, but also some of the strategic infrastructure to support all these developments is also important. So I welcome the change and the conversation that hopefully we will have with the public about how this helps them. The other element, though, is when we spend SIL, we're not very good at making public what we've spent it on and how it's happened, and celebrating those community efforts that have bid and been successful in getting SIL. And I think it would be good if we can do better at making sure that the people know how that money is being spent. Thank you.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you for letting Councillor Hadley go first, because he's just given me some more points to make. I'm very lucky being also a town councillor, Christchurch Town Council, in receipt of SIL. It's just a question that obviously these increases, does this actually now mean that the town council proportion of the SIL will also go up? I'm hoping it will. Yeah, and Councillor Hadley made a really good point there, I think, about the nutrients mitigation. Very conscious that that is something that we still suffer from in Christchurch, and it's killing off development. So as much as SIL might be used for that, I'm actually quite stuck to think that the nutrients bill would actually, or we could actually do much with SIL to combat that. But I'd certainly welcome this, and obviously the contribution to the town council and the promotion, certainly, of the spending of the town council SIL money will be quite welcome. So, yeah, just a bit of clarification on that. We will also get an increase in Christchurch because we have a town council. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A brief point from me. I will be abstaining on this, and it's not at all because I'm not a fan of the community infrastructure levy. Always have been, always will be, and I think we've heard from colleagues the real good that this money can have on some of the mitigating impacts of development across the area, both through the strategic SIL, as we've heard from the portfolio holder, as well as the neighbourhood portion, and, you know, as we've heard from Councillor Tarling, to be used in very good effect through our town and parish councils as well. However, I'm always very mindful of the fact that, great as it is to have money, there is no such thing as free money. And I appreciate that these charging increases are done on the back of a kind of a paper viability study plan. But I'm just still not convinced that some of the figures here won't have the opposite effect of what we want to achieve. So it's all very well putting up SIL collections to have more money to play with. We have to balance that against a very real need that we have of making sure that we are providing the accommodation that BCP very much needs. And I'll give a few examples. For instance, I think it's quite laudable that the zero-rated SIL that we currently have on purpose-built student accommodation is going from £0 per square foot to £45 per square foot. I don't think many people would argue with that. But what we're doing with this decision tonight is almost doubling the SIL, the pound per square foot for SIL, that a small house builder will have to pay. So residential developments of 1 to 9 homes, that's our small house builders, you know, employ a lot of, it's very, very good for the inclusive circular economy. It's having double the SIL. Now, while that's double the SIL that we're collecting, are we absolutely convinced as part of this viability assessment that is not going to reduce the viability of some of these small house builders and actually preclude them from doing the development that we need to see? And again, look at our town centres. I think we all agree across all the political spectrum that we have real need to refurbish and to regenerate our town centres. We're putting up the SIL from £20 to £40, a doubling of the SIL for town centre development. And again, from extra care, again, we know how much of a need there is for the extra care specialist housing. The SIL is going up from £0 to £25 per square foot. Now, I know that there has been some work done on this. I'm not saying I don't agree with the figures, which is why I'm abstaining, but I do think that this has been landed on us very quickly, and we have to be really, really careful about the unintended consequence. We all want money to spend on our community, but I certainly don't want to do it to the detriment of housing for our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak. I just wanted to make a very brief point. The SIL charging schedule is per square metre. There are 10.7 square feet in a square metre. So, unfortunately, the previous speaker seemed to be indicating the SIL charges are 10 times what they are here. So, just to clarify, it's per square metre of residential floor space.
Councillor Canavan, did you indicate earlier? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome this proposal, and I think it's a real step forward. The point I would ask the leader, if you could just clarify, is when we discussed this before, you know, we were looking at a set of figures, and these are a different set of figures, and I'm just wondering if you could explain the process in which that revision has been arrived at. Obviously, it's going to generate us more SIL, and that's good news. I think the points made by Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Hadley are welcome. The other issue that I don't think we are fully recognising, again, just going back to that debate that we had before, we were, it seemed to me anyway, we were in this kind of dilemma of more SIL versus all social housing, and you couldn't have one without the other, and that seemed to be a strange debate at the time, and I just looking for some reassurance really that conundrum isn't going to be facing us again. We need more social housing, and we can't trade off one against the other. I'm not suggesting that we will. I'm just saying I welcome some reassurance that we're not going to be in that situation. But all in all, Chair, thank you very much. I welcome this.
Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think Councillor Canavan makes a very good point here, and I do recall the overview and scrutiny debate where we talked about the cumulative effect of the various levels of fees charged to developers, and affordable housing being one and SIL as another, amongst a whole raft of different charges that are applied to a planning application. And of course, it sounds very attractive to the council, doesn't it? Get a bit more money in to pay for our infrastructure through the SIL contributions. But of course, we should not forget about the people actually paying it, and that is the developing community. And I won't oppose this paper because clearly it's authorising to go out to consultation. But we should remember that to every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. And I suspect we will get a reaction from the development community. But they will, of course, have the opportunity to make their voices heard through the consultation, as they did at the overview and scrutiny meeting, where we looked at this in some detail. Thank you.
Councillor Andrews, I think you indicated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got some sympathy for the comments from Councillor Broadhead about the SIL changes. Obviously, in our daytime jobs, we occasionally do give some people advice about property and development and everything like that. And we've certainly got to put this out to public consultation. And it's not just the residents, it's businesses and developers who build some of these developments and hear what their comments are. Because clearly we don't want to effectively kill the golden goose laying the golden eggs. And it's a situation where we need all people who are part of the development sphere, whether it be occupiers, developers, ratepayers or whatever, council taxpayers, to contribute. So I really do hope that this is a proper full consultation and the results, when they do come in, are critically analysed and the report to, presumably, Cabinet, won't be coming back to full council. It can be explained to us as to what the recommendations are. And if tweaks need to be made on the draft, then tweaks perhaps should be made. Thank you.
Do I have any more speakers? Councillor Phipps, did you want to speak before we ask the leader to sum up?
I'm happy to let the leader sum up on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Can you sum up? Thank you.
Yes, I'd be happy to sum up. So it's interesting because most of us, so apart from everybody wanting 20 mile an hour outside their own house, the other thing you always hear is, of course you want more housing, but we don't want housing without infrastructure. And actually, you know, that's what we hear all the time. And it's, you know, how do we fund it? Well, this is how we fund it. So, you know, it's all very well saying, well, you know, we all want the town centres done. Of course we do. But we're not going to get that done if we don't have the community infrastructure levy. Just to go through the process, this is part of the local plan process. It doesn't have to be sent to the Secretary of State for examination in public together with the local plan, but it makes sense that it does, because it then goes through that process. It is examined by them, and in the same way as the local plan, will go through modifications, examinations, lots of hearings, and will then come back to us with, you know, recommendations and changes. So this may well do as well. Just to answer Councillor Armstrong's question, this isn't really about what we spend it on. This is the still charging structure. So this is purely about calculating how much headroom there is. And I would encourage all members and the public to read the appendix that was attached to this document, which is the latest viability study that was done by Porter Planning Economics, which is the viability study, and it has a great diagram in it about the headroom and how this is calculated, that if there is headroom, that's how you charge the community infrastructure levy. So they've done that calculation, and the reason it's come in now, if you recall the process of local plan, is we knew that there were evidence bases that were still coming in, still needing to be finalised, but we needed to get the local plan over the line because we've got to get it adopted within a period of time. So the only reason that this has come in at this point is because the evidence bases were still coming in, and rather than just package it up and send it off, we felt that the most transparent thing to do was to make the development world know, look, actually, it's come in slightly different. The right thing to do is give you the opportunity to say that. And it's really designed for those people who are going to be charged it, who will come back, make their comments, and that will be packaged to go to the Secretary of State. We won't be making further adjustments before it goes off for examination. Just turning to how we spend it, just to clarify, the way it is spent will be coming back through Cabinet in the next few months. It simply wasn't possible for the team to prepare how are we going to split between strategic and neighbourhood. You'll recall there were some interesting decisions about what was strategic, barbecues. We want to make sure that communities get real benefit from how we spend the money. And yes, of course, if there's more money coming in, that means more money for communities through neighbourhood SIL as well as strategic SIL. But at the moment, there's no discussion about changing the percentages. It's up to 25% for neighbourhoods and the rest is for strategic SIL. And I'm happy to answer anything else afterwards. Let's run out of time.
Thank you, Leader. Almost within the time for once. We're going to have a show of hands, I think, on this because I know somebody wishes to abstain. So, members, all in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Oh, yes. Thank you, members. So that was carried, I believe. Yes. Thank you. Item 13, acceptance of the Household Support Fund. Deputy Leader, I think you're moving this. Councillor Wilson is to second.
Thank you. I don't know, I was going to say how delighted I am to recommend to Council that we accept the allocation of £2.6 million for the Household Support Fund 5. But there's something deeper to consider here. When we were facing the end of HSF4 at the end of March, which our amazing officers and partners did incredible things with to help our most vulnerable residents in the cost of living crisis, those with negative bank balances, those unable to pay for heating, those relying on school food vouchers, we were very concerned about what the end of the scheme would mean to local people. I'm so proud of all who have helped deliver HSF4 and made it go as far as it possibly could. We owe them a huge thank you. From the household grants that helps residents with food and energy costs delivered by our partners in Citizens Advice, the holiday vouchers issued to eligible families, the work with Bridgewater Energy on energy support schemes such as insulation grants, appliances and boiler replacements, the small grants totalling £400,000 made to nearly 60 local community groups and organisations to do the amazing work that they do in their own communities through the Food and Energy Support Fund, working closely with Dorset Community Foundation, and the information and education we've been able to share with households, such as the practical advice booklets on damp and condensation and energy and money-saving advice. We successfully lobbied alongside the local authorities, charities, organisations here and across the country to see we successfully lobbied alongside other local authorities, charities and organisations both here and across the country that see the day-to-day devastating impact that living in absolute deprivation has on individuals and families, and how important the HSF Lifeline was. And I'm delighted it has been extended for 6 months, and we have been granted this £2.6 million. And with a proven track record, I have every confidence that our officer team and our partners will put that to incredibly good use. So please do support the recommendation to accept the allocation. But the reality is that it's a sorry state of affairs when a system is so broken that people in such desperate situations in the first place. What happens in 6 months? Another extension? 6 months after that, and then what?
We need systemic change in this country so residents don't have to rely on food banks, on £100 handouts and school food vouchers to make ends meet. We need a long-term vision and a plan to treat the causes rather than the symptoms. So to government, thank you. Thank you very much. But let's not accept poverty and deprivation in our society. Let's work to end it rather than just manage it.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, happy to second, and I don't need to reserve my right to speak because Millie was so eloquent there and really said what I would have said, so thank you.
Any debate on this, members? Yes, Councillor.
I'd just like to comment, really, and although I'm, again, relieved and pleased that we have this money coming into our area from government, I also would go with what Councillor Earle is saying about what a sorry state of affairs that we are in, that we are dealing with this. And I know all of us as councillors, we are hearing the stories from our residents across the whole of BCP. But what really concerns me is for those residents who are eligible to receive this support and who, because of the limited funds, are not able to access it, and the ones that have gone through the process of the online application, of gathering all the information about whoever is in their household and presenting that to the Citizens Advice Bureau and other partners that are involved in the distribution of this funding. And even though they meet the criteria, they still do not get the help. Now, in 2003, there were, I'm just going to read this out actually because it's quite a staggering statistic. 2023, there were only 34% of those who applied to this fund who were actually eligible received a £300 grant. So I would like to, I'm very concerned for those people. Those people are still around. In fact, we have more of them. They're called people that are in work and are poor. So no, we cannot be complacent about this and think, oh, we've received this funding, that's great. Yeah, it is great, but it is literally the tip of the iceberg.
Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I would echo Councillor Armstrong's concern relating to the HSF with a story from a resident who was in receipt of previous HSFs. The circumstances didn't change. They followed the electronic process to apply, and somewhere in the algorithm it went, Then they ran into a tremendous amount of difficulty, again, pointing to those which don't have accessibility to digital means at home in trying to appeal that. And the difficulty there was that Citizens Advice, even though they are geared, and we're very thankful for our partners, were not geared for the algorithm or whatever it was in the programme to make a rejection that could be appealed by actually speaking to somebody in person. So I would like to have some consideration in accepting this grant by all means, yes, but there will be individuals in all of our wards that may well be, because of the digital mechanism of being accepted or rejected, also then have an opportunity to appeal based upon talking to a real person. And Citizens Advice tried their best, but when a computer algorithm says you're not eligible, even though you were eligible for the previous one, then we need a mechanism so that it can actually be appealed for those that are most in need for this money. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. I see no more hands. Councillor Earle, do you want to sum up now? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and thanks to Councillor Armstrong and to Councillor Farquhar for sharing their sentiments as well. I think you're absolutely right. We have had this situation with Citizens Advice where a lot of people have applied, and then where we get even more people applying, there just isn't enough money to go round. So what we decided to do was to, rather than go for the first people who apply, so it was done on a first come, first served basis, That wasn't equitable and it wasn't fair. Instead, everyone is looked at in their personal situation, and it's given to the percentage of the amount of money that we have who are most in need. And I think that's the right thing to do. We need to be responsive to need rather than whoever logs on at 9 a.m. on the morning. But it illustrates the situation that we're in. Not even Household Support Fund, £2.6 million, can help even address that tip of the iceberg in BCP. And that's why I think we need to continue with our council officers doing what they do, but we must never lose sight of the fact that this is a problem across the country, and we, as representatives of our community, have a duty to try and raise our voices alongside other local authorities and change it. Thank you.
Members, do we have a consensus on accepting? Agreed? Thank you, councillors. Now, I believe we're going to move on. Agenda item 14. Sorry, my screen's just gone blank again. Cashless only council facilities, and it's Councillor Joe Salmon, and then Councillor Kate Salmon is going to second. Councillor Joe Salmon, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Well, I feel this is the first motion I'm speaking to that I'm not particularly wound up about either way. I've no problem with cashless provision in and of itself. I think there are wider debates we can have about the inherent loss of freedom and privacy that comes with the move from cash to cashless and all of that. But I do think actually there are a lot of people who are really impacted by this, who don't have access to regular banking services. And that's not just a tiny, unimportant minority of people. There are a significant number of people in this country who simply don't have access to the type of banking services that give them the debit cards lots of us in this room are used to, and credit cards and whatnot. And it just bothered me when we brought this up at full council before, that since then we've not been able to produce, hey, look, here's just a really black and white justification of why we've moved to cashless. You know, if this is cost, you know, this is what we lose out in business potentially. Like when I go to the beach, I want to leave all my cash stuff, you know, at home. I don't want to take my phone, my wallet, and do that thing of hiding them in my shoe, because everybody knows you hide your stuff like that in your shoe. I'd just like to see that we can justify this move. This is a move that will affect a lot of people. And so I've tried to write this motion in a way that's really clear, and it's not closed in terms of going, so we must do this, you know, we must do that. I think it's just important we have that hard piece of factual evidence to support making one decision or the other. So yeah, I think it should be nice and uncontroversial. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Joe Salmon. Councillor Kate Salmon, you wish to second?
Yes, I'm happy to second, and I'll reserve my right. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillors, debate on this, please. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. It's unusual for me to get in first. I'm troubled by the Cashless Society. The reason I'm troubled by the Cashless Society was before I was elected, then we as a local authority were moving away from machines where you could pay cash. Sorry? All right, sorry. Lost my train of thought. The example which will be known to many people is that the car parks in the town centre moved from cash. They had some machines which were digital only, so either you paid your machine or you rung up the application, and a certain demographic which is not explicitly referred to here, the older generation that carries cash didn't have the ability to actually pay. I myself like paying at a machine, didn't have the ability to actually make their payment. So pointing them in the direction of the single machine that was left for that would take cash, that was the inconvenience to our staff to collect that cash and then bank that cash, actually cut off that demographic as far as I was concerned. Just this afternoon, I went for my forage for the reduced foods in my local Sainsbury's. And the car park there has 4 different applications to pay for your car parking to nip into Sainsbury's for 5 minutes, for whatever purpose you wish. Fortunately, it has tap and go, so you could tap your card, as people will say, but there are people that don't have that facility or don't have the ability. I myself am a carer, and I worked on a better part of 3 years of teaching an 80-year-old how to actually tap and go, because he had his debit card. So what I'm saying is that how do we explore, for those people that are not digitally able, to find out what impact that it has on them? So if I was to support this motion, I'd like those ideas to come forward, because I don't see it in the overall, and I'd like to be involved when actually identifying what the process is for that area and those people within the demographic of our 3 towns that being unable to use cash in whatever circumstances that they need to use it, they're denied it. Thank you very much. Oh, Chair, just one last thing. While I was at the machine, I took a photograph. I don't understand why the machine is so slow when it's a digital communication. Perhaps it's only within my ward. But the machine operators, it's a very slow machine. But the other thing it does, which I really, really don't understand, and I took a photo of this, it prints out a receipt as well as the ticket. And then people stuff it into the little cracks and nitty pads. We are creating rubbish, which is useless, and throwing away. Is there not a mechanism where we can look at the ground roots level to say, actually, are we providing for our customers by providing this receipt? Thank you very much, Chair.
Well, thank you for the empirical knowledge you're displaying there, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to move a slight amendment, if I may. Wanted to try and delete the words "the portfolio holder for finance" to the words "cabinet." I'd like to see this come back to cabinet. With all due respect to Councillor Cox, I would like to see this aired in a slightly more public arena, if that's possible. And also to add at the end of the first bullet point of paragraph 2A, and those who may require additional support. The only reason for that is I think there are a whole range of reasons why this is difficult for people, and the move endlessly towards eliminating cash can cause problems for a wide range of people. And I think we just need to be sure that we've captured all of that in the report that's going to be produced. So they're just small tidying up amendments really, but very grateful for the opportunity to support this motion. I think it's a well worthwhile piece of work that we're going to do, and hopefully when it comes back to cabinet, if that's what you agree, we'll be able to have a good discussion about it. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to second, and I don't have to say anything because Patrick said it.
Thank you, Councillor. The Chief Executive wishes to say something.
Thank you, Chairman. So just to be clear on the actual terms of the amendment, so it's to delete the words portfolio holder and insert cabinet. Was there a second part as well? Yeah, has it been emailed around? Ah.
Yes, I did send it. So the second bit of it is just to add at the end of the first bullet point 2A, and those who may require additional support.
Councillor Canavan, we don't seem to have got it on some of our machines. Are you sure you've sent it on? Right, Councillor Salmon. Have you seen the proposed amendment? Would you accept it?
Yeah, I'm 99% sure I've seen it. I think that's... Sorry, I thought I would get an email of the amendment as well.
Yes, I think you are.
Is it in my inbox now? Has it come out via email? No, I've not. So it's to chuck it to Cabinet instead of the portfolio holder. And then what was the second bullet point that you want to put on?
So the monitoring officer to read it out.
I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to read it for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, Councillor Canavan's proposed amendment is to replace the words portfolio holder for finance with the word report to Cabinet, and at 2A on the first bullet point, add the additional words and those who may require additional support.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy to accept that amendment. Sorry for being a bit slow.
Right, members, is it your wish that we accept this amendment? Consensus? Thank you. Agreed. Right. So now our debate will be on the substantive motion, but with this amendment. So I do have speakers ready, but I can't see them on my list. Well, I had Councillor Cooper first, but Councillor Earl, if you're ready and... Councillor Cooper, you seconded the amendment, but do you want to speak now? On the amendment, but not on the... Councillor Earl, carry on.
Yeah, so like with other councillors, I agree with the sentiment of the motion, and in a catchphrase popularised by past deputy leaders, we don't know what we don't know. And that always comes to mind with these kind of motions, because it's a good motion, because it's very much looking at, you know, the information where we've had different areas of our commercial operations or our service areas making decisions that actually cash is a lot more costly and everything else. We don't really know, and we haven't measured the impact of that on people who are banked or underbanked, unbanked or underbanked, and of course people who likewise may struggle for a different reason to use digitalised services. I do just want to reassure councillors though that there is no corporate policy in the council around going cashless. There's never been an aim that's kind of been brought through any formal mechanism. It is purely service level based. So I really welcome the opportunity to look at that in a bit more depth, especially considering the equalities. I was just going to put an amendment forward, which I'm hoping will be accepted. It was 1B, which I was slightly concerned about because it says commit to ensuring that all policies and provisions are designed to be inclusive and considerate of the needs of all residents, regardless of their banking status. I was a bit worried that doesn't really give a view of what that commitment would look like. So what I'm proposing to change is adding to the end by adopting unbanked and underbanked as local characteristics that must also be considered when developing equality impact assessments. And I'm sure colleagues may know or may not that we have a local list of characteristics which includes armed forces members and veterans. It also includes care leavers. It also includes socio-economic status and a few other things which aren't listed under the Equalities Act, but that we as a council think are important to take into consideration. So yes, I want to just put that amendment, please.
Thank you, Councillor. And have you got a seconder for that? Councillor Cox.
Second, reserve my right.
Thank you. So I now have to ask Councillor Joe Salmon again if he will accept that amendment, if he's got it already.
Yep, no, I've seen that one, and I really appreciate the thought of perfecting the amendment and making it even better and whatnot.
Right, so we accept that.
If that's the will of the council.
So is that the will of the council to accept that amendment? And then we are now faced with a substantive motion with the amendments as per whatever we've got. So now we're speaking still to the substantive. I did have you, Councillor Cooper. Did you want to speak on the substantive motion with the amendments?
Yes, please. Just swiftly. I think it's the broader debate about a cashless society, really. I mean, we all know people who use cash, so just think about privacy about being able to manage your budgets, to go to a car boot sale with 50 quid in your back pocket and buy something and not have to tell someone you bought it. But it's also when digital services fail, and George alluded to that. I was in a car park in Cornwall recently. There must have been 25 people around the payment, and it had all failed. It had taken their card numbers and hadn't issued. And it's that we need to look at, I think, if we're moving towards digital services. I kind of use them all the time. There's been a failure tonight. Emails haven't arrived, so we're a little bit panicky. But I think within the motion, which I really like about supporting our residents in a kind of holistic way, in putting out the message that we understand that cash is relevant and cash is live, because there is a broader agenda about control of money, and that's not a conspiracy theory stuff, it's just the way banks work. And I think we need to, accept the motion, but then send messages out to our constituents that although we're going digital, and I remember when you first introduced me to, when I first got voted in, Graham, you said something about people buying a rubbish bin, a green bin. And you said, yeah, if you got a card, you put it on. If you three things, you said, a card, you live postcode, and give us 50 quid, you've got a green bin. And I asked the question, my neighbour next door, but one wants the green bin, but they haven't got a card, and they can't navigate the system. And then I asked the question, is there a link on that if you're vulnerable or needy, that you can get support to actually non-digitally get a green bin? And I'm not sure whether that's still there. And I just wonder if that's what could be done through all our services. How many people say to us, I wish I could talk to somebody. I wish I could talk to a human being about the bin or the pothole. How many times do they say they've been put on a digital telephone where someone gives you 1,000,001 options, and by the time you've listened to all the options, you forgot what you phoned up for, or the kettle's boiled. And I think we need to move to a combination of digital and real live services. Every time you digitise something, a job is lost sometimes. And I think that's another consequence of it. So thanks for the motion, Mr. Salmon. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Trent, I believe you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. I don't need to sort of say that I'm a fierce defender of the cash option, and I know that I raised it publicly when Bournemouth Council proposed to go cashless, and they did go cashless with the parking app, and all my fears at the time seem to have been realised. My experience in cashless car parks has been a group of people, and it was interesting Cornwall was mentioned. That was one place that's stuck in my mind, where a group of people were standing around, how do we make this work? How do we get our money and how do we get our ticket back? And the last time I used a cashless machine, I couldn't work out whether I'd actually physically paid or not. I actually stopped by at a bank at a cash point and said, oh, has it been taken out? Fortunately, 3 days later, I found that it had been taken out. But, a lot of these machines are a little bit temperamental. They don't make a great deal of sense. So I do believe that we should retain the cash option where at all possible. I think it might be difficult if we retrofitted the cash option back to machines, but they eventually need replacing. And certainly some of the cashless machines I've seen have since been replaced by another generation of cashless machines. And but as I say, there have been a lot of negative experiences, and I certainly know that when it comes to a parking app, I end up having to phone a member of my family that's sort of saying, oh, can you pay for this parking for me? And it's not just older people like me that have problems. The group of people that are hanging around the parking machine saying, how do we make this work, contain quite a lot of younger people as well. So I do think that we need to retain the cash option, be it on parking or other services. And, you know, hope that we can sort of look at it intelligently and make sure that we are fully inclusive.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. That sounds like a good ruse that somebody in your family is paying for your parking. But, I think we'll all be trying that one, won't we? Councillor Broadhead.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Look, I'm very supportive of this motion as well. I'm probably the very definition of cashless, for many reasons, actually. Mainly because I'm lazy and pay with everything for my watch now, and secondly, whenever I have cash, my kids just steal it. But in all seriousness, I do recognise, and we found before, when looking at this, that we're not yet at a society where we can have that confidence that everybody has that ability, and we do have a duty to make sure that we look after people and make sure the policies that we're making here are very reflective. I'm really happy to see the new Deputy Leader carrying on the we don't know what we don't know line, which I shamelessly stole from a previous Deputy Leader in my Deputy Leadering days as well. I don't recall Councillor Howell ever using it when he was Deputy Leader. I don't think he's ever admitted not to knowing anything. I'm sure he'd be fine with me saying that. But the reason I think it's really important is because we are technically supposed to be doing quality impact assessments for everything we do. And there's been some discussion before about, are we doing that in the way that they are intended? Are we doing it to the depth that is required? And for something like this, it is worth a deep dive. So I actually think that the amendment of bringing it back to Council, which could then formulate a more kind of policy-based decision, is very welcome as well. And at the very least, gives us an evidence base to look at. I've used that phrase one too many times tonight. But just to make sure that we know where those areas where might need a little bit more attention in this can come from. So very supportive, look forward to seeing the paper, and then look forward to finding out those areas that we need to look a little bit more carefully at. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to strongly support your motion. I think it's excellent. And I think there's three areas that I'm like you, Councillor Trent, I'm very against a cashless society. And I think there's three areas that I would like to highlight. Firstly, I think that older people in society already feel completely disconnected by the fact that technology is moving on so quickly. And I agree with your green bin analogy. My late mother-in-law had a green bin. She didn't have a credit card. She didn't have a way of getting onto the internet. She used to love it when people would ring her up and tell her computer wasn't working, because she delighted in telling them she didn't own a computer. The only way that she got a green bin is she had to ask me and my husband to do it. And I don't see why somebody elderly has to then rely on their family to do things for them, because it takes away that independence, which I think is very important in older age. So I think that's one point that I'd like to make. The second point that's been highlighted recently in the news around cost of living crisis is that actually it's much easier to budget if you are suffering from issues with cost of living if you budget with cash. Because when you've got cash, once you've run out of cash, you don't have any more. But if you're constantly tapping a card, you're running up debt that you then later have to try and deal with. So I think that's another reason why we should not go cashless. And my third point, as you know, that one of my areas of interest is homelessness. And although you can get a bank account when you have no fixed abode, I would say that it's another challenge that we do not want to put in front of people that are potentially struggling and are vulnerable. So I very strongly would like to support this amendment, and I'm really pleased that it's been put forward. And I do think we need to look at all aspects that have a negative impact on anyone that's vulnerable within our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I believe it's Councillor Cox next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to thank Councillor Salmon for bringing this motion to Council, which does acknowledge the importance of inclusivity and recognises the circumstances of those less fortunate than ourselves. It is important, however, to note that BCP Council is not, I repeat, not a cashless authority. There are numerous instances and opportunities for residents to pay by cash. For example, paying your council tax, you can pay by cash, amongst many other things. I've been struck about the green bins, which I can't remember who mentioned it, and if there is a problem paying for those with cash, then I'd like to know about it, because they should be available. The only circumstances I can see where BCP currently does not accept cash is buying ice creams or whatever other thing you want to from the seafront kiosks and parking in the car parks. The removal of cash from the seafront kiosks was started during the COVID, and there is no intention to reinstate that unless there is a compelling financial case to do so. It should be borne in mind, however, that removing cash may have benefited independent local traders, so there is a balance to be considered if such a compelling case can be made. This motion requests a report to be made available, first of all to me, then to Cabinet. I actually think overviewing scrutiny might have a better go at it, which I would welcome, except we have to recognise the severe pressure that our finance and operations teams are under to implement the current £38 million worth of savings, which this council voted for a few months ago. I appreciate some across the way may have already banked those savings and are demanding additional resources left, right and centre, but we have seen money, as we have seen, money does not grow on trees, and some of the savings forecasted will prove to be very difficult to implement. It needs to be borne in mind that it is virtually, as far as I'm concerned, it is impossible to own and drive a car without having a bank card. The removal of cash from just a few Bournemouth car parks was the result of some serious criminal activity which caused a significant loss to the council. Cash, therefore, will not be returning to the car parks anytime soon. It should, however, be borne in mind that we are currently seeking to add the ability to pay by card in those car parks in Bournemouth, which only accept an app. I'm happy to accept this motion as amended, but request that councillors be patient with officers who will need to prioritise implementing the savings that we've all agreed on. Thank you.
Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak in support of this motion this evening. Residents have often raised the issue with me feeling left behind when it comes to accessing services due to the technology barrier. Just the other evening, I had the real-world experience of attending Bootleg Beatles concert at the Bournemouth Pavilion. A really good evening out it was too. Well, they wouldn't accept cash payment just for a packet of crisps. Contactless payment might be convenient for a lot of people. However, we shouldn't be discriminating against those who don't have that option, including those that have been debanked. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. So did you get the crisps in the end? Thank you. Oh, good. Phew. Thank you. Do we have any more speakers before I ask Councillor Kate Salmon? Do you want to speak?
No. No, I'm happy that points have been covered. Thank you.
Councillor Joe Salmon, are you going to wind up the debate for us before we go to the vote?
I don't think there's been any speeches against. Should we go to a vote?
Councillors, can we have a consensus on accepting Councillor Salmon's vote with the amendments that he's already accepted? Do we have a consensus? We do. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, both Councillors Salmon. Thank you. We're now at the questions from councillors. We've got 4 questions from councillors. Hang on, I'm looking. Oh, Councillor Canavan, you're first. A question to put to the portfolio holder for transformation, who is Councillor Hannah, on voluntary redundancy. Councillor Canavan, can you ask the question?
Thank you. Taking my headphones off now, Chair, so I have to read your lips from a distance. In relation to the voluntary redundancy exercise, please outline A, the total number of staff who applied, B, the number of those staff whose applications have been accepted, C, the number of applications refused or are still under consideration, and also can it be confirmed that following this exercise, no staff will be made compulsorily redundant.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Canavan for his question.
May I firstly thank all of our staff for the work that they do on behalf of residents. It's a matter of regret that the need to achieve some 50 million of savings means that we need to reduce our number of staff with all of the uncertainties and concerns involved. I'm grateful to the Human Resources team for their ongoing work in managing the process, and I was pleased that the invitation was made to staff to offer themselves for voluntary redundancy as a slightly less painful way of managing the staffing reductions. It was explained that applications would be evaluated taking into consideration the posts and skills that needed to be retained, and this has included considering the impact of the loss of the post on our ability to meet our statutory duties and targets, our current and future service needs, the ability for work to be reallocated if the post were lost or for the service delivery to be redesigned, and lastly, the affordability of the individual redundancy arrangements. Given this, we anticipated rather more staff wanting to explore the possibility of voluntary redundancy than would meet these considerations, and this has proven to be the case. Indeed, in some cases where several staff in similar posts applied, a scoring process needed to be used to decide which might proceed. In other cases, future levels of staffing remain uncertain, as is the case in libraries, as the library review is still underway, and applications there have been paused and will be considered under a different process. Further, some members of staff have withdrawn their application during the process. Accordingly, the answers to Councillor Canavan's question are slightly more detailed than he may have expected. As of today's date, 330 staff have applied for voluntary redundancy, of whom 13 have subsequently withdrawn their application. The Corporate Management Board have approved 79 applications, 64 having then been agreed by the employee and are proceeding, 4 are awaiting employee agreement, and 11 have subsequently been withdrawn by the employee. A total of 206 applications have been declined, with 2 not yet having been submitted to the board. None are under current consideration, and 30 have been paused and will be considered under a separate process. It was never expected that there would be a perfect fit between those applying and the areas where we would need to reduce our staffing. So I'm afraid that it will still be necessary for a compulsory redundancy process to be used to complete the overall reductions. But I'm pleased this has been minimised through the use of the voluntary redundancy scheme. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Canavan, do you have a question which arises directly from Councillor Hannah's explanation?
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if it could be clarified as if there are 206 applications that have either been refused or are still under consideration, given that there's 206, why can't you rule out voluntary redundancy, given that you've already accepted that you've got more people who want to go than you have agreed?
Councillor Hannah, do you wish to answer now or send that later?
I think, Madam Chair, that the various considerations that came into play I've already set out in the answer to the question.
Councillor Farr. Your question is, oh sorry, yes, carry on, but it's the portfolio holder for dynamic places.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recently I was contacted by several Kingston residents, some of whom are disabled and depend on their cars to get about, raising concerns over the positioning of a new zebra crossing on Paul Lane was going to impact on their day-to-day living, removing their ability to park outside their own home, which they have always been able to do. The reason they felt compelled to contact me directly was due to not hearing back from council officers. Only upon involving myself as their ward councillor was a response given. However, the response was sent to the concerned residents on the very last day possible of the consultation period, a Friday, with the works to commence on the Monday after, allowing no time to consider the residents' concern and how the location of the crossing would affect them. What steps can be taken to improve response time by officers to ensure our residents' concerns are taken seriously? Thank you.
Councillor Hadley, I think you're going to...
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Farr, thank you for your question. I asked the Head of Transport and Sustainable Travel to investigate this matter for you. He has found that whilst legally compliant, the noticing in advance of the build of the zebra crossing on Pool Lane, adjacent to Duck Lane, was very tight. Ordinarily, this noticing is undertaken weeks and or months in advance of a build. However, in this instance, due to an oversight by the engineering delivery team, it did not happen until the last permissible moment. They are extremely sorry for any inconvenience caused to the residents. There was a pressure to undertake this disruptive work on a busy road during the Easter school holidays. The new zebra crossing is located on the pedestrian desire line, and this required parking on the approaches to be removed to provide clear sight lines for pedestrian safety. It would not have been safe to modify the design to accommodate parked vehicles. This was considered by the team. There is still unrestricted on-street parking in the vicinity of the houses beyond the zigzag markings. Many properties in this area additionally have rear accesses with private parking areas and or garage space or space to create off-street parking. To ensure that noticing is undertaken in a more timely manner going forwards, a robust gateways approval process is in development. This is a safe routes to school measure, but I do hope that it also helps the residents, especially those with disabilities, in safely crossing this busy road when they are on foot. Thank you.
Councillor Farr, do you have a supplementary directly relating to this?
No, I don't. Thank you for the full response. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, Councillor Farquhar, you've got a question?
Yes, indeed, Chair. I've got two, thank you. I'm amused that in the note which was sent out by Democratic Services that they decide the pecking order in which questions are asked of the Chamber. My one apparently was received at midnight. But as an ex-military man, we never use midnight as a H hour or an hour which we permit. So it was actually sent at 23:59, just for the accuracy of the minutes. My question is this, and it's fairly succinct and has brevity. The reason for that is because I've already involved the portfolio holder in discussions on both of these questions, so therefore it's quite short. And we may well expand in my supplemental. The question is this: what value in WISE, WISE standing for the waste something or other. Obviously, I'm not demonstrating that. It will come to me that but support and enforcement. When using the reporting portal, why does it now take nearly 2 weeks for reported fly tipping to be cleared? What SLAs, service level agreements, and KPIs, key performance indicators, are in place for WISE to complete their investigations, that's what the I stands for, investigations, and instruct the clearance teams to clear the rubbish away?
Councillor Wilson, you've stood up very bravely to answer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, very bravely. Thank you, Councillor Farquhar, for your question. On public land, investigations need to be undertaken by WISE, and you've thankfully, very helpfully explained that anagram, prior to fly tipping being cleared. These investigations are done as soon as reasonably and practically possible, but may include complexities. Contract meetings are held with the provider on a regular basis, and there have been recent issues with resourcing which have now been resolved. An SLA, which is a service level agreement, is in place. However, it does not have a specific time frame for investigations, as this will vary based on the size, location and material of the fly tip. WISE will also look to remove smaller fly tips at the end of the investigation and dispose of the waste as part of the contract added value. There is now a dedicated officer for fly tipping investigations. Since the inception of the WISE contract, over 6,000 fly tipping cases have been investigated, which is obviously quite a considerable amount. And since the beginning of April alone, 226 fly tips have been reported that require investigation. If a fly tip is reported on private land, the Environmental Protection Team will investigate. At times this can be complex, especially where the land is unadopted and not registered with an owner. Thanks.
Councillor Farquhar, I was going to ask you if you had a supplementary, but clearly, as you're standing, thank you.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask a supplemental, Chair. Thanks so much for that reply. It's good to be aware that there are service level agreements in place. The reason I'm bringing this question is to highlight that from the pilot of WISE and its acceptance as part of our procedure, then the resourcing issues which you've alluded to haven't necessarily been communicated to the ward councillors, so it's very difficult to actually lay out to the residents what expectation there are. Would the portfolio holder be kind enough to avail the members of what those SLAs would be, because it is very difficult to explain to a resident that you have escalated their fly tipping report. The investigating team used to do the investigation within 24 hours, attend the scene, give the thumbs up to the clearance team, and it was cleared within 2 days. 2 weeks is quite a big expansion on that. So my supplemental question, would it be possible to have the key performance indicators and the SLAs shared to the members so that we can actually inform the residents of why it is that some fly tipping may well be delayed in its clearance? Thank you.
Yep. More than happy to go away with my team and get that sorted for you. Cheers.
Councillor Farquhar, you have another question to put, which I believe is on reporting of graffiti.
It is indeed, Chair, but it's on the reporting of racist graffiti, which to most people would be considered to be a hate crime, and that's why I bring it to the chamber here. The reason I bring it to the chamber here will become applicable as I read it. Why did it take an extra 6 days after escalation from an elected member before racist graffiti was covered up? So that elected member was myself. This was after a delay following an initial report by a member of the public via the reporting portal which went without action. What steps have been put in place to reduce this time for action to be taken and avoid any reoccurrence? Thank you very much, Chair.
This, as you've mentioned, this case relates to one that you put forward. You were kept updated throughout the case, and it was acted upon by the initial public report. BCP Council do not have the legal powers or responsibility to remove graffiti on private land without formal enforcement action. There is a legal process to follow with reasonable timeframes in order to ensure the Council is not liable for costs or legal damage on claims of damage to the premises. This case was escalated and actioned as soon as possible within the legal timeframe, and the Environmental Protection Team prioritised these cases to ensure swift resolution within the boundaries of the law. Thanks.
Supplementary, Councillor Farquhar?
Yes, indeed. Once again, and I do thank the Chamber for allowing me to ask a follow-on question from graffiti from the last time. I realise that there is a period of 6 months or so, but my supplemental is pretty much the same as it was before. I understand the legal restrictions, but if this is on public premises, and in this particular case it was on a commercial retail premises, I'm sure that any shop owner or retail premises owner would be dismayed that it takes a period of time because of legal wrangling to actually alert them to the fact that racist graffiti is on their premises. It reflects poorly on them, it reflects poorly on the public estate, and it reflects poorly on the council that we are not more dynamic. So my question, once again to the portfolio holder, how can we work within the restrictions of the law to alert premises holders that they have racist graffiti or offensive graffiti on their premises? And how can we together get it covered up and then argue the toss about who's responsible for paying it? Thank you very much.
As I said in the last council meeting, I'm more than happy to work with you. My team is always willing to accommodate members and are really, really helpful. But I would just re-emphasise that we are working within the timeframes of the law and within the level of resource that we have. I mean, it's on private premises, it's up to the retailer, and it's the retailer's responsibility. Obviously, if they weren't alerted to it, then that's a separate issue, and I can go away and see at what time frame they were alerted to it, but it is their responsibility.
Thank you. Last item on the agenda, item 16, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. Chief Executive, can you advise us, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I took two urgent decisions, both of which have been reported to the Cabinet and on the Council's website. There was the acceptance of the active travel capability funding of £286,000 and the HR support pilots project for £180,000 grant for the supply of labour market participation trials. So those are the two, just to accept money of nearly £500,000. It's matters of urgency.
Yes. Thank you, Chief Executive. Before I close the meeting, can I firstly say thank you so much, members, for your patience. It's been very robust in many ways, and I think we handled it. I hope we did well enough for the members of the public to realise that we do wish to hear them. Thank you for that. And also, I want to remind members and any members of the public, nobody in the gallery, but maybe online, that the next meeting of the Council is 7th of May, but it's the annual Council. So there's no opportunity for public representations or motions from the members of the Council. So that meeting is the annual meeting, and the next meeting of the Council, that is the ordinary meeting, is Tuesday, the 4th of June, 2024. Thank you very much, members. I'm closing the